but you also find them fascinating. I think having phobias of spiders is a bit of a waste of time and human energy, just like having a phobia of snakes. But I understand it. Like, I'm not phobic of them or anything, I just don't want them touching me. But then again, I'm not phobic of humans or anything, but I also don't want them touching me. If a human touches me unannounced, they're gonna get punched. Just like if a spider touches me unannounced, it's gonna be in 45 pieces. That's basically my outlook on life. But anyway. What makes a coffee a French roast? Fuck if I know. Isn't French roast like... Wait. You mean French roast or French vanilla? Because French vanilla is like a bullshit... Alright. I don't know. Okay, you're linking pictures of fish. Never mind. I thought that was another spider. I'm just going to set down this rule here saying if you guys keep posting pictures of big spiders or spiders crawling on people, just for the sake of all the people here who are phobic of spiders, I will block all of the links. Just a warning. But in regards to what makes coffee a French roast, I don't fucking know. This is a dark roast. I know what that is. Isn't a French roast just like either the wrong term for a medium roast that is branded by Starbucks? I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure like a French roast is like literally just a medium roast that smoke them if you got them. But I'm pretty sure that is literally just a marketing shtick from... Hold on. Let me find out. Is French roast a marketing term? French roast is considered to be a double roast coffee. Oh, so it's burnt. French roast is a popular style that one and many coffee drinkers prefer. It is a dark roasted coffee, and it has a smoky sweetness and can often have a charred taste. This has caused some coffee geeks to refer to it as burnt coffee. Ah, so Starbucks coffee. Yet, how does French roast compare to other coffee beans? If you're looking towards something a little bit lighter, okay, so it's like a overburnt dark roast. So it's stale by the time it gets to America. Fair? The flavor profile of a French roast coffee is intense and bold, very dark, somewhat sweet, and much less acidic than lighter roasts. Thin in body, nearly burnt and often smoky. Yeah, it's apparently a style of roasting. You know, it's funny because like I like dark roast. I don't like things that call themselves French roast. Because I associate French roast with like a lighter roast, but basically from like the bare skimming of this The Spruce Eats article, a dark roast is more acidic than a French roast, and I like the acidity. Because I like acidic tasting coffee. But yeah, it's like a dry dark roast. So it's a double, it's an extra roasted like a dark roast, but instead of like having kind of like the oily coffee bean flavor, which is what you get from a dark roast like this one, where it has like the thick acidic. I mean, maybe you don't like this French roast. But anyway, being a coffee nerd for a second here, I like the kind of acidic flavors in a dark roast. As somebody who doesn't read French, I won't say anything that I don't trust in other languages, so I'll pass. Everyone will laugh, especially if they say everyone will laugh. You know what I don't fully understand, though, is all the people who leave comments on my YouTube videos saying, I don't know how much longer I can last not being able to play Dwarf Fortress. It's like, well, you've lasted, like, 17 years, so I'm sure you'll be fine. Anyway, so this is Angelrazor of the Crimson Pulley. Crimson Pulley is a faction that I've been playing in this world. We've played a bunch of forts in this world now. This fort is kind of a mess as of late. And by kind of a mess, I mean, like, there's a were creature in the wall named Raoul who turns into a werebull once a month. If I jump up to the surface, there's lots of blood there. There's even more blood. Well, not anymore, I guess. But there was more blood up here. We've killed a lot of things. There's been many old battlefields. That's where there was more blood down here. There's mountain gnomes on the surface that show up and drink alcohol that is left right here for them. Although they have a tendency of getting caught in my cage traps, so I've just been placing them in this. Apparently, there's a cat in that trap. I don't need to keep that cat there. But they have a tendency of getting stuck in my cage traps, so I've been like releasing them essentially and just letting them go. Because mountain gnomes are basically just tiny dwarves, right? So this dwarf currently is like in the process of releasing a mountain gnome via that. Mountain gnomes are tiny, jolly humanoid creatures that dwell in the fair mountains, in the nice mountains, and they are known for enjoying drinking liquor and don't care whether it's theirs or not. They're basically dwarves, except they don't have the ability to speak, so they don't necessarily have their own booze, so they show up to steal mine. Which is fine. We I think traded with the elves. One of the things that I've done with this fort, spoilers abound, heads up, is we have Prinilo, we have Brinom, and we also have Aros, and that. These are all slabs of the underworld that were written. Once of the underworld, I, Azak Maze Curse, the last cat, bind myself to this place. These are demons that bound themselves to the world, and I've been stealing their slabs. Basically, it's just like I've been stealing Satan's diary. Down in the actual fort itself, if I jump back up to the surface, I can show you. This is our Hydra, who's a Grandmaster Observer, which I didn't realize that they had skills, but apparently they do. So this one's a Grandmaster Observer and a talented fighter, biter, and striker and dodger. Well, as a Canadian, I can say excuse my French because a large portion of my country speaks French, but I also never use that term, so. I find people referring to Canadians as Americans really offensive. So anyway, yeah, so this is our Hydra up here, who's a Grandmaster Observer. I mean, with 7 heads, you better be pretty observant. I mean, come on, that's 7 pairs of eyes. That's 14 eyes. Let's steal the diaries of Satan. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, you'd be surprised. We've been kind of like raffle stomping them. You can have a boss underground. What do you mean by that? But anyway, this is a giant dragon-like monster with 7 biting heads. Her scales are red and her eyes are black. So I'm kind of hoping we'll get another one. The tower kind of goes all the way up to here. That's her tower. But as I go down, there's the mountain gnome being led into the fort. We have this upper layer. So these are all coffins. These were all bits of spots that we mined out. They were all full of gold and other materials. I think this particular one was iron, but... You're driving, but you stopped for lunch? I was going to say you better not be typing in my chat while driving. So these are all coffins that are full of people that unfortunately died. Sorry, by the way, Infinity, even though your dwarf was an absolute legend, that is your resting place. You got mauled to death by a thingy. So unfortunately, you are no longer with us, even though your dwarf was a legend. As we go further down, past the graveyard, we hit the first Cavern Layer, which is intentionally exposed so that fun things can fly in. You're going to get something to eat, BRB? Alrighty. And then we get down to the main fort layer. So this is the main fort layer. This is where the vast majority of the stuff goes on. Down in the bottom here, we have a library right there, which is all of our furniture more or less is made of gold because this area is just very, very gold rich. Down here is a little guild hall. I want to say the clothes makers or weavers. I can't actually remember. This is where we've been making clothing. Even our bins are made of gold. We've got the kind of the central crafting area, all bunch of beds around the edge. And up into the top, we have the kitchens, and then here's the tavern. And then back here is the area that we trap the were creature. Over here is some more guild halls. So all these little areas where the dwarves are hanging out are guild halls. And if we go a little further down, this is where we do our farming in the lower caverns, and we've fought with multiple, and I do mean multiple, forgotten beasts down here over the ages that we've been in this world, which has always been fun. And then as I go a little further down, this is where I store the spicy water. So this is spicy water. And this is water. So we got water over here and then spicy water over here. If I go a little further down here, this is where I deposit the spicy water on the heads of unsuspecting foes when they are dumb enough to attack me. And then this right here is how I power the spicy water pumps to pump the spicy water. And down here is the cavern, or the, what's it called? The area where the lava lives, and that's where we have our magma forges. And there's the actual lava reservoir and the lava itself. So that's our fort. This is our cute little fort. Old Spice water spray. No mithril. There's no mithril in Dwarf Fortress. Although the observant of you will notice the adamantine right there. Which, no, I haven't really started mining yet. Because I don't need it. We have steel and silver. We don't really need adamantine. Although I was going to start mining some today just so people stop bugging me. And I'm going to make tables out of it. Hey, Red Dragon. What's up? But, yeah. You're bad adamantine? Ah, it's fine. If I correct somebody on something like that is like just the most me being a shitty elitist. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we're going to start mining out adamantine this session, I think. As far as named dwarves go, and if you would like a dwarf in this fort, feel free to let me know. But we have Trupen, we have Ghost, we have Acre, we have Mist Runner, we have Pink Fluffy Llama, we have Magna, and as I scroll down, eventually we have Bellinair, we have Mark and Disco, some unfortunate fish cleaners, Macon Bacon, who's definitely a dwarf. We have Faulted Thrower, Orange, Space Pirate, the, were creature. We have Tekid, aka Dorfus, and we have Brewhogger, the child. You are still alive. Yeah, I mean, considering the carnage has been pretty rough. You finally build a new PC, Pog. What are you going to play first on the new PC? Any plans? But we're going to be mining out this stuff first. Apparently we're making gold tables. Wow, I'm making a lot of furniture. Not sure. My go-to for computer upgrades right now is Doom 2016. Can you receive a dwarf? I cannot ship you a dwarf, but I could tag your name on a dwarf so that you can have a dwarf. Do you have any preferences, Raz? Any suggestions? What for games that you should play? Well, I don't know. I mean, that's subjective. I mean, I know somebody who the first game he plays, every single time he gets any sort of computer upgrade, Handle Mountain Gnome is a sentence I never thought I'd read. His favorite thing to do when upgrading a PC is to install Morrowind with as many graphics mods as possible, and from there, play Morrowind. Play the opening sequences of Morrowind, and then using commands, travel around the world and look at all of his favorite spots in Morrowind. So it's personal preference. For me, like, if I upgrade something on my computer, I would, probably install Grand Theft Auto 5 or, which is not even a game I like, but it's pretty looking, and a bunch of graphics mods. Or I would download Skyrim and a bunch of graphics mods. Or I would download, Stalker and a bunch of graphics mods. Probably Stalker, actually. Yeah, the new computer ritual. Although when I upgraded this one, I installed Doom 2016 because Eternal wasn't out yet. And played through the first level of that at 144 frames. And it was It's wonderful. So Razlem, she was interested after remembering wrestling and felt wonder after communing with Lemire, and felt satisfied after mastering observations. You're a military dwarf. She is 70 years old, born on the 1st of Sandstone in the year 130, has no kills, and she is a worshipper of Limar, who is a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf, or a male dwarf, sorry, and is associated with marriage and wealth. And my arrow key fell off. Shit. Get back on. There. It's keycap. There we go. Perfect. She is 70 years old, born on the 1st of Sandstone in the year 130. Her long hair is neatly combed, and her extraordinarily broad ears tall ears are fused lobed. And she has low cheekbones, and she has a broad, prominent chin. She has a squeaky voice, and her eyelashes are quite long. Her slightly protruding heliotrope eyes are slightly close set, and her head is somewhat broad. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and is put off by family and doesn't really value merrymaking. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. Skyrim is there on the list. I mean, Skyrim with a bunch of like graphics mods is very much a powerhouse like computer tester too. She likes hematite, bronze, green jade, pomegranate wood, and deer hoof. Male shirts and querns and horses for their strength, and thrips men for their prolific breeding, which is distressing. And the sound of the adorable lark, and when possible prefers to consume artichoke, wine, and teff flower, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Something I just wanted to comment on as well. A game that I probably would install if I were to buy a new computer right now, like if I were to get something that's RTX compatible, because my computer's not. My graphics card's a 1070 from 2017, so it's kind of not RTX compatible. If I were to build a computer that had an RTX card in it, I would install Quake, because there's that Quake RTX, and I really want to see like the first few levels of Quake with ray tracing. I really want to see that. Like, really, 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 really want to see that. And it's free. Or Minecraft RTX. One of the two. She is utterly fearless when confronted by danger, to the point of lacking common sense, and does not find most jokes humorous, and she is inattentive to detail in her own work. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is assertive, and she rarely is happy or enthusiastic. She has a sense of duty, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She is stubborn and often feels envious of others, and winks during conversations, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I'll be back later tonight. As per usual, we'll see you when we see you. You know, I've been planning on doing this, and I'm going to do this as soon as Dwarf Fortress comes out. I'm going to put out like a YouTube short or something with just like Dwarf Fortress Classic, all right? Then RTX on and premium version. And with like a fake, like, you know, RTX on, bah! Except it's, you know, just Steam edition. Let's see if I can find you a link to Quake RTX, because I think it's just on Steam. Yeah, Quake 2 RTX, here it is. This is literally what I'm talking about right here. Like, look at this shit. Like, look at that fucking lighting. Like, if I were to get a computer that had RTX compatibility, I'd probably just go play this, because this just looks like J.J. Abrams directed Quake, and I'm in. Like, all of the lens flares and bloom, let's fucking go. So that's probably what I would play. And like I said, it's free. So, I mean, it's essentially just a tech demo. But look at that. Like, holy shit. But yeah, that's probably what I would play, would be Quake. Does anybody else want a dwarf named for them before we really get into things? We do have a mayor who is ghost, who is not a ghost. Wants to practice some martial art. Not optimal. How many squads do I have right now? Yeah, I've lost a bunch of people recently. So we're at war, excuse me, with a bunch of people. A grand? We can get you a dwarf. We're at war with the Hate of Praises, which is a goblin civ. We're at war with the Renowned Devil and the Dread of Scrapes. So we're going to be getting raided a lot. Do you have any preference on type of dwarf, Grand? Same with you, Thunum. No, animal. I literally read off all the living dwarves, and I didn't read your name, so clearly you weren't listening. You want a dwarf? A dwarf? I can give you a dwarf. I don't know if I can give you a dwarf. Did frog grow? Yes, unfortunately, frog. Not in this fort. But double dwarf? Double dwarf down under? I don't know. You don't mind? Okay, well, you want a crafter. Let's go with a leatherworker. Well, actually, that's an axe dwarf. Should really turn my squads on, so that I know who is who. Properly assign things. Give them a second. Grand. She is angry after getting into an argument, but feels satisfied at work. I got into an argument with Magna, and that makes me angry, he says. She is 81 years old, born on the 13th of Moonstone in the year 119, and a worshiper of Alron Ivoryton, who of course is a deity of the Crimson Pulley, takes the form of a female dwarf, and is associated with jewels. Worship the god of Sparkly. Her hair is clean-shaven, and she has a prominent chin. Her heliotrope eyes have large irises, and her free-lobed broad ears are extremely tall. She is average in size, and her hair is black with a touch of gray. Her peach skin is slightly wrinkled. She likes zinc, gold opal, giant green tree frog leather, and waves and shields and bracelets, and giant gray parrots for their social nature. No one important? Gotcha. Watch me accidentally give you, like, somebody who becomes a king. And rambutan trees for their fruit, and the sight of the embraces of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume tomatillo wine and can't stand leeches. Personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. And believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. And is affronted by leisure time and leisurely living, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and values loyalty. And dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Cracks easily under pressure, and very rarely is moved by mercy. Very rarely is moved by curiosity. Is quick to anger, and especially after being caught in the rain in 196, and almost never feels discouraged, often feels envious of others, and she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. And she is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those who seek to acquire power over others. She can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She is confident under her abilities when undertaking specific ventures and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her and occasionally overindulges and scratches her head when she's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome back, Willem. So that's Grand. Next is Thanom. You enjoy being a farmer. Or some lobster hauler that does something dumb. Well, I do my best to remove all lobster haulers. There are some listed here, but they've all been, like, reassigned to new jobs. So I'll give you this one. Just because that's such a dwarfy name, we can just give you the name instead of giving you a nickname. You are married to Imush, who's a bone carver, and your deity is Sokzul, which most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with crafts and metals. We try and not promote that person's name here. Not a fan of him, but that's a personal thing. I don't care who you watch. She is 83 years old, born on the 5th of Felsite near 117. She is fat, and her very long hair is neatly combed. She has a prominent chin and her ears have nearly fused lobes. Her lips are thick and her head is somewhat broad. Her hair is black with a touch of gray and her skin is dark peach. Her eyes are heliotrope. She likes mica, brass, gold opal, and Rius macaw leather. And two-legged rhino lizard horn. And the color pale pink. Can I just say that two-legged rhino lizards are one of the funniest creatures on Earth if you look them up? Goblets and spider demons for their horrifying features. And the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine. Can I just say it's funny that we were talking about demonic orb weavers earlier and this dwarf likes spider demons? Anyway, I just think that that's oddly fitting. And the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine and the sight of the wondrous lark. And when possible prefers to consume white-headed gibbon, shad, and passion fruit wine. But no, like, so spider demons, by the way, is literally like spider demons, like the things from underground, deep underground. You don't like them too, but you have memory of something like that? Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't care what people watch or what you guys are fans of. I'm just not particularly a fan of the person, so I try and avoid promoting them in my chat. But also, just for reference, have a look at this. The heck are these two-legged rhino lizards? There it is. These guys. Look at these little guys. They have no back legs. They're like halfway into like a newt or a snake. How do they love fun creatures that they haven't dug up yet? Why do humans love aliens? We haven't found them yet. Aliens are cool though. Also, Alexandra is confirming whether or not the holes in the ground is in fact a bug or not. So, shoutouts to Alexandra for doing some help for us. Anyway. She personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, respects power, and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship, and dreams of attaining a rank in society. She is private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about herself. She is ambitious and always looking for a way to better her situation. We need to keep an eye on this dwarf. She dislikes she dislikes herself. She dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. I kept rereading the same line. She is very humble and can sometimes act without deliberation, and tends to ask for help with difficult decisions. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she is trusting. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She is slow to anger or turn around after experiencing trauma in 198, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is given to flights of fancy and pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she drums her fingers when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Wants a rank in society. Yeah, that is unusual. That is unusual. This world is 200 years old, like on the dot. So, now I've definitely missed people. Who else have I missed? We got Grand Freeways wants one. Weren't early id Software games always the crisis for their benchmarking performance? Early ones, yeah, like in the 90s for sure. Although to a degree, when it comes to id Software games being like benchmarking performance, you could still, to Barry's hello, by the way, you can Is that you asking for a dwarf, by the way? I'm confused by what that means. You can still use id Software games and Crisis as benchmarking performance with the correct mods. So. You'll take a dwarf? I mean, you said ahoy right around that time. But there's somebody that I'm looking for first. Freeways, you're first. Freeways, do you have any preference? You thought you had one? I don't think so. I think that if you did, they're dead. Because I certainly didn't just read one. You're not quite like Jack Narek, where they had one and then suddenly they had three. And then now they have none. Because they all died. Your request is that the dwarf is alive. Can you actually, hold on. Can you name a dead dwarf? Just hold on a second. I cannot give a corpse a nickname. So no. I cannot, in fact, post-mortem name somebody. So I couldn't give you a dead one even if you wanted it. But some migrants have arrived, apparently. Not despite the danger, which I think is interesting. This dwarf is going to okay, never mind. I'm going to say immediately join the military. Because they actively avoid exciting and stressful situations. Although, what I'm actually going to give you strand extraction, because that's something I actually need in a few people. Although you're an administrator. You dream of raising a family as crippling shyness. Can also have strand extraction. Mountain gnome has guzzled some ale. Well, that's good. Wilmer or Wilm? Did you have any preference on job, by the way? So I need to give one to Freeways. So, Freeways wants an alive dwarf. Well, this is a alive dwarf. Who is a dubious worshiper of Imaz the Defensive and dreams of mastering a skill and doesn't really care one way or another about leisure time, likes tetrahedrite, pig iron, flash opal, papyrus, and... It's papyrus! Warhammers and high boots and anvils and crundles for their nervous energy. You know, the only good thing about Avatar 2 is that they changed the papyrus font. And the sound of the embraces of satin, and when possible prefers to consume Grimeling? What the fuck's Grimeling? Bat ray and apple cider and durians. And absolutely hates flies. He is short and very skinny. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed. His ears have nearly fused lobes, and he has a prominent chin, and his heliotrope eyes have large irises. His hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. You're happy with anything? I getcha. He is stingy with resources when working on projects, and refuses to expend any extra effort. Tends to easily fall in love and develops positive feelings and has a greedy streak. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and doesn't seek out excitement. He likes to take it easy and has an active sense of humor, and he enjoys the company of others, and he often feels lustful. He occasionally overindulges, and he tries to keep things orderly. He is quite polite, and he always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the Fort Freeways. Lastly, novice record keeper and an adequate liar. Dreams of mastering a skill. You can join the military. So I need to give Wilmar here a dwarf. But these are all freaking clerks. She would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation. Sounds like my ex. I have no idea what you're talking about, Thanom. Let's just go with this one. Bull can be. Wilmar. She felt pleasure near a very fine bridge. You felt pleasure near a fine bridge. So this dwarf, I'm just going to take a real quick at your likes. You like lead, red pyrope, black tip, reef shark leather, and warthog hoof, and the color beige, and cabochons and moon creatures for their macabre ways. I don't actually... Is a moon creature just like a night creature? Anyway, and the sound of the heliotrope phrase, and when possible prefers to consume potato wine and can't stand lizards. All right, well, you can have strand extraction, weaving, weaponsmithing, and metal crafting. She is short and has a broad, prominent chin. Her heliotrope eyes have large irises. Her ears have large hanging lobes, and her lips are thick. Her eyelashes are extremely long, and her dark peach skin is wrinkled. Her long hair is braided, and her hair is black with flecks of gray. No problem. But you would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation, and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she enjoys the company of others. She is quick to anger and can be considered rude, just like me, and she is slow to trust others, and she begins speaking in monotone whenever she's enraged. We are the dialects, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day like any good dwarf should. Could you imagine just like talking to somebody and then suddenly they start speaking in monotone? Guy is a shapeshifter? Guy Fieri's a shapeshifter? Interested in only facts about the real world and has little interest in joking around. I'm going to make this dwarf into something a little strange. Well, maybe not strange. I'm going to make this dwarf into a scholar. Interested in only facts about the real world. I want to know what you ponder. There's a goat and there's several work animals. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Seems to be fine. But I also just hit enter on the wrong thing. Move you from that. I gave you, once again, weaving, but I'm also going to give this one masonry and stone detailing. A few different tasks. Oh, that's a glazer. I was going to say, is that a peasant? Another rank in society. I feel like a lot of these dwarves want to attain a rank in society stone. Does not feel the slightest need to pay back any favors that others do for her. No matter how major the help or how much she needed it. There's some ambitious dwarfs about, and also some, in this case, jealous dwarves. I mean, who the heck needs a freaking glazer? Dreams of mastering a skill. Never feels tempted to overindulge. You, dour as a rule. Are you brave? That's the important question. Doesn't seek out excitement, but isn't easily stressed, so we will throw you in the military. Go join the legendary Piggy Squad. Prefers a chaotic mess to the boredom of harmonious living. Joins the military. Skinwalker alert? Skinwalker. It's like Skinwalker Ranch kind of shit. I watched about 20 seconds of that TV show. It wasn't very good. Not that that ranch is anything real anyway. It's just fun to joke about. Also, when people say Skinwalker, I have to say this. Chilluminati? Yes or no? Give them a push into the spicy water? No, only the goblins get pushed into the spicy water. It's fine. Goblins and humans that want to stab us to death get pushed into the spicy water. But, so plans for today for this fort. So, I was planning on retiring this fort. For anybody who's newish to this series, this is where we are. We're right here in this tiny little good biome. But this is a previous fort we built, Hotbeards. This is a previous fort we built called Mothfall. This right here is a previous fort that we built that got killed by a bull, an undead bull. And this is a previous fort that I had whose population has dropped. Uh-oh. Poor Union Theater, which is in the middle of a haunted forest with zombies. And then the other fort that we've done in this world is this one, which is Umber Bulwark. Now, we've done quite a few forts in this world, and I was kind of planning on retiring this fort last week and then doing other things in this world with one of the other dwarven factions. But then this fucker showed up. So now I have, you know, a wonderful, wonderful creature. Other things? I don't know what I was planning on doing, but I was planning on, I wanted to join the other dwarven fortress, or faction, not fortress, one of the other dwarven factions, like the one that's like over here and down in this area, and start working on these goblins, or there's another one that's elsewhere, I'm not sure where, but there is another one, and there's several like goblin spots and elf spots that I haven't interacted with at all. Like there's this neat area over here that's like this weird combination of like good and evil biomes, which would be fun to mess around with dwarves all the way up here in the north. Like this would be a fun area to settle in and kind of do some stuff in. So like there's other stuff in this world I want to see, right? So it doesn't necessarily need to be an adventure, but that was kind of what I was planning on doing. But then that, you know, Hydra arrived. So now we have a Hydra who doesn't seem to be too happy with the spot that they're at. They're just like jumping constantly. So what I'm kind of hoping that we can do is we can keep this Hydra trained, and then I'm really hoping we get a second Hydra, but I'm not going to, like, hold out hope for that. What I think we're just going to keep doing is we're just going to keep raiding what's it called? Don't mind the dead mother and child in that water reservoir, by the way. It's fine. They've been memorialized ages ago. We just have to stare at them because I'm too lazy to go get them out. The actual, like, fort itself, like, we do still have plenty of things that we can do. It's just a matter of, like, going about and doing them, and I was just getting kind of tired of the fort layout. But because we have a Hydra now, I think we're going to go out of our way to finish this fort up. And look at this kitty cat bringing a present to its owner, who I think is probably Olan, right? Yep, you have a pet cat, and your pet cat literally just brought you a dead spider. You got a kobold? Wait, what? Where? In your fort? Like, joining your fort? Or, like, just showing up to steal your shit? Besides, this one thing that I am very excited / happy about with this fort is this is the first fort ever that I have encountered the rare and wondrous and glorious, strange gnomes. I've never seen gnomes in Dwarf Fortress before. So this is my first time ever encountering gnomes. Anyway, Animal wanted a farmer, I think, right? He felt wonder when communing with Stool the Superior Covers, who is, of course, the Superior Covers is a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with Victory Warren fortresses. You also worship Renewal, who's the god of lightning, storms, and thunder, who takes the form of a female dwarf. Your mom and dad are in the fort, which are Bastet and Acre, so it's a whole family of you. And you are 13 years old. Does that mean you have no other skills? Hold up. Yep, you have no other skills. You are 13 years old, which means you've probably spent a lot of your childhood hanging out in the farming thing. Do gnomes spawn with clothing? So gnomes are like, how do I describe this? Gnomes are like kobolds, kind of. They don't spawn with clothing. They're completely naked, but they can't speak. But they are, I don't think so. I don't think there's any asexually reproducing animals in DF. I don't know. Except for maybe wagons. Because wagons multiply somehow. I've never seen a wagon give birth, though. Anyway, where was I going with this? Gnomes don't spawn with clothing, but they're kind of like troglodytes, basically. Like, they have no language, they can't communicate, but they're basically like primitive dwarves. Like if troglodytes are like proto-humans, then gnomes are almost like proto-dwarves. They act like dwarves, they just want alcohol, and they have the same level of alcohol tolerance as a dwarf, but like they can't join your faction, which kind of sucks. But anyway, animal. I've given you a dwarf here who is a planter named Kodal. And he is 13 years old, born on the 19th of Slate in the year 187. His hair is wavy, and his very short sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His medium-length beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and he is average in size, and his ears are somewhat broad. His somewhat tall head is somewhat broad, and his heliotropes and his eyebrows are slightly low. His hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. His eyes are heliotrope. That's what I wanted to read. Just as you got back from a short bio break, and yeah, now you're getting the bio of your dwarf written. Red. That's the word I was looking for. He likes Marsite. I'm not even sure what that. Marquesite? No idea. Gold, green jade, and giant cave spider silk. Pigtail fabric and tetrahedra. Bolts and splints and sheep for their tendency to flock, and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume coelacanth and artichoke wine, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. They got a copper battle axe. Hopefully it wasn't your only copper battle axe. That would be a problem. He is impervious to the effects of stress and never feels discouraged. Tends to find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Dreams of raising a family and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. Lacks confidence in his abilities and is swayed by emotional appeals, and can be very single-minded and rarely happy or enthusiastic. And he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He lives a fast-paced life and often tends to hang on to grievances. He tries to do things correctly each time, and his hands are animated when he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have, and believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and sees that those who attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior is vain and offensive. Views loyalties unfavorably and sees competition as reasonably important. Values a harmonious existence and finds romance distasteful. Dreams of raising a family. Finds romance distasteful. Dreams of raising a family. Good luck. I, too, find romance distasteful. I just don't dream of raising a family in the slightest. All right, well, you need to go up here. Apparently, I have a mountain gnome in a cage. I'm going to put all of the non-cat animals up here. Wait, are those weird bugs that live at the bottom of the ocean things? I'm wondering if it's what I'm thinking of. Oh, shit. You need to stay chained up. You can't be released. Hydra. You have to stay chained up. I accidentally released the Hydra because I wasn't thinking about it. Naturally, that would show up in that list. I also should, not accidentally slaughter the Hydra. I did that with a dragon once. I had a dragon and I accidentally slaughtered the dragon. I just went through and queued up everything as to be slaughtered. Put the dragon into that list by mistakes, and then felt like an idiot for the next while. But I need to find stuff to work on. We have 133 dwarves currently. I'm thinking we do some bedrooms. I think that's kind of what I'm leaning on currently. I mean, currently I want to know how many dwarves don't have beds. Pretty good number of dwarves don't have beds. All right, let's go through and make some bedrooms for our dwarfs. How's that sound? I think that sounds pretty good. So that's what we're going to do for the next little bit. We're going to make some bedrooms. Let's start over here and maybe fill out this area with some bedrooms. Also build a little walkway over top of that. We could go all the way up and around up here. Chat, if I zoom out up here, what do you think? Top right for more bedrooms? Or bottom right? Top right or bottom right for more bedrooms? Because most of the bedrooms are over there on the left side and like kind of that mess. It is true. I did accidentally slaughter a dragon. It's very easy to do in this game. But since you insist on me making that into a quote, we can quote that. Exclamation point quotes. Quote to find quotes, by the way. There you go. It's been added. I don't know what number it is. The spot doesn't really tell me. Right or bottom right? You know, now that I'm looking at it, I'm leaning more top right. Because we could kind of go up and through this area for bedrooms. Well, I mean, there's a big opening down here, but there's also a big opening up here, right? And this whole area is pretty discovered. Could also, like... I guess it kind of depends on whether or not we want to connect it to, like, this, right? If we're going to connect it to this, we could just kind of, like, go up and around here and then use this lower area for more crafting space, which is what this is kind of becoming. Going to pop up here real quick. To get all my squads training. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go top right. I'm gonna go up here. Kazarite Soul, hello, thank you very much for the raid. Your stream was good. I don't know what you were playing, but cheers. Welcome to some of Angelrazor. It's a fortress I've been running for a little while now, a couple of weeks. It's not my big, crazy, keep it alive for 1,000 years playthrough, but something. Do I defy you? I mean, I was just asking for input. I wasn't asking for orders. If you want to give me orders, that's fine. I won't listen. Because you're not my mom. I do what I want. Yeah. It's like Twitch chat. Strimmer, can you please do this? And Strimmer, do what you want to do. Also Twitch cat. How dare you define my Optilian will? What? It's a raid? Oh no, this is why you give beers for the raiders. I mean, nobody in chat's provided beers for the raiders. If you don't provide beers for the raiders, you might get your beer stolen. I'm just gonna say that. Like, they are here to take our beer. So, naturally, we should just give it to them because we got some to spare. And for those of you new here, we do have some follower emotes, including a burr emote, which is almost a beer emote. It's not quite a beer emote. It's a burr emote. I guess what we're going to do, because I don't like... straight hallways. Am I interested in other Dwarf Fortress content? I don't know what that question's supposed to mean. You used to play Dwarf Fortress, but you've never done it on stream? Okay, you're just playing some Minecraft. I getcha. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is a difficult-ish game to stream, but no worse than streaming any other obtuse strategy games. The hardest part about streaming Dwarf Fortress is that just not that many people stream it. Usually I just kind of assume that people who raid me were streaming DF, but thank you much for the raid regardless. I hope the Minecrafts was good. Team Fortress? It's a name I've not heard in a long, long time. You already said how much I liked Red Dead Redemption 2's storyline and how flawlessly they make you bond with characters. Have you said that? No. Do I care? Not really. Oh, like, would I be interested in them making, like, more official stuff? I mean, I've said this a billion times. I want a frickin', Well, actually, there's two things I want, right? The first thing I want is I want like I want Krug Smash to make a children's book, and or coloring book. Like I want a like Krug Smash paint by numbers. That's something that I want. But in more serious notes, they are seriously missing this very good opportunity to make a plushy Gorlak. And frankly, I think Kit Fox needs to get onto that branding in time for release and send plushy Gorlaks to streamers, just because I want one. But aside from plushy Gorlaks, and I want Krug Smash to make an art, like a paint by numbers, I want them to put the full soundtrack on record so that I can play it on stream. Those are things that I want. Will I get any of them? Doubt it. Maybe the last one. Who doesn't want a Gorlak plushie, though? Let's be honest. I'm not even much of a plushie person, but I want a Gorlak plushie. It's gonna take a little while. I don't know, what other, like, Dwarf Fortress-related things that would be official would you want? A Krug Smash coloring book? Where's the Kickstarter? I've been pestering him about, like, making, like, either a... Like, just take the art, like, here's a pitch. Take the art from Scorch Fountain, from, like, the first 5 episodes, and then just, like, abridge the storytelling down to, like, a brief summary and just, like, make an art book out of it. Could absolutely do that. A bunch of smaller publishers would probably jump at the opportunity to do something like that. Or, alternatively, just, like, uncolored versions and just, like, let us color them in. I absolutely would buy a grown-up coloring book with Krug Smash art in it. 100%. I'd back that Kickstarter immediately. Krug Smash is your favorite Dwarf Fortress man guy? Ben, am I your favorite Dwarf Fortress guy man? That sentence hurt my brain. Gnarly on the edges. Weird shaped bedrooms. But yeah, Krugs is great. As we slowly go around the edge of this. But yeah, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress content, I would want a Dwarf Fortress coloring book made by Krug Smash. So if somebody can like trick Krug Smash into doing that, I will back that Kickstarter. So if Krug Smash is your favorite Dwarf Fortress man guy, I am your favorite Dwarf Fortress streamer. Okay. Well, I mean, there is at least 3 of us when it comes to Dwarf Fortress streamers, so there's not exactly a huge content pool, but I'll take the compliment. I'm like a weird variety YouTuber and then Dwarf Fortress person on Twitch. My YouTube channel's all over the fucking place. All right. I started mining it? Yes, they have. Oh, yeah, no, totally. I mean, I'm like... I mean, I've had people try and compare me and Krugs before, and it doesn't make logical sense to do that. Fluffy Wambler? The thing is, you wouldn't get a Krug-style Beak Dog as if it was official, because Beak Dogs no longer look like burbs. Beak Dogs now look like weird Tremors creatures, which is what they have looked like ever since, or in the Addams Brothers headcanon, ever since they added giant peach-faced lovebirds. Because there's proper peach-faced lovebirds, so they don't need to have, like, peach-faced lovebirds as goblin army things. So they look more fleshy now. But Fluffy, I didn't even think about a Fluffy Wambler, but yeah, Fluffy Wambler would be good. How about like a creeping eye plushie? Just like an evil eyeball with jaws, just blah, 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 blah. Just underground, like staring at people. Because after a famous YouTuber from Canada. Now, are you referring to me with that one or somebody else? Because I'm from Canada, but I'm also not famous. But I used a book series called Margaret's Holtz, was younger than you brought them to audiobooks, and now you're constantly listening to them a second time. Oh, hell yeah. They should sell some merch. Absolutely! That's what I've been saying. I've told them to do stuff like that. But, you know, I can be like, you should do this a thing, because I'll buy it. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, I guess it could have been Quill. Quill's Canadian. I'm trying to think who else is Canadian who plays Dwarf Fortress. Quill? Okay, yeah, Quill. I was like, Race Effect doesn't play Dwarf Fortress. I'm like, was just rolling my brain through, like, YouTubers who are in Canada. Quill is on my bucket list of people to high five before I die. Got a pretty long list of people that I want to high five before I die. Although apparently I've been streaming for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I need to go use the restroom. Back in a sec. Uh-oh, I'm dropping frames for some reason. The heck? Hopefully it stops. Weird. Sorry about the dropped frames there. Can the enemy dig through the walls to get the fortress to get you? No, they can't. That is like a thing that's like hotly debated / possibly planned / might happen at some point, but uh-oh. Frames, please. I haven't dropped frames yet this year. That's impressive. All right. Apparently, I've dropped 595 frames. It seems to be weirdly unstable. Hold up, let me check something. Running something in the background to find out if I can diagnose the frame droppy problem. Oh, dang it. We had the perfect number of frames dropped for a second there. We dropped 669 frames for a second there. Well, I can confirm it's not my internet because my upload is 550. So, Twitch, get your shit together. Admittedly, my internet's running a little slowly if I'm only getting 550 up right now. No, we'll see if it fixes itself. Kind of hope it does. It might actually be CPU. Oh, can I comment on the fact that I really like the fact that you're still using your own tile set? So, for those of you who don't know, June 3rd, you should mark your calendars. June 3rd is my birthday. On my birthday every year, I play Dwarf Fortress and we raise money for charity. But that's not the reason I'm shouting it out. The reason I'm shouting it out is because as I raise money for charity, we use progressively dumber tile sets all the way up to tile sets that are borderline unusable. And so I get my community every year to find, locate, and select the worst tile sets possible and make tile sets. And Stone made their own tile set and have been using it and posting pictures of it. Literally just like drew this up in like an hour with the mouse. And I kind of love the way this one looks and can't wait to use it. But I got one that's literally just a picture of my face. And you know what I would tell min-max sweaties, as you said? You know, I would tell them, you do know that idlers is a good thing, right? You're supposed to have some idlers. Idlers are dwarves that are free to move on to the next job. So you actually need some idlers. Otherwise, literally nothing will ever get done. So if you don't have idlers, you're actually playing the game badly. That was something that was considered a goal in the old versions, but hasn't been a thing in a very long time. It literally just means that you have these dwarves that are listed as no job that are moving from thing to thing. See? No longer an idler. So you need to always have a couple of idlers to be available to be passed on to the next job when the job becomes available. So you need idlers. And people who go around shouting that you need to get rid of all of your idlers are doing a real bad job teaching people how to play Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld, sure, like that's like a legitimate thing, but this is actually an interesting simulation where dwarves need breaks. So like if a dwarf has no job currently and they are waiting for another job to be assigned to them, they are listed as an idler. But the thing is, a job that they could assign to themselves could be, I'm going to go to the tavern and socialize. And every, like, you know, humans, right? We need breaks from work. And that could be, I'm going to go sit at my computer or television and play video games for 4 hours. That is socializing for some people, right? Or taking a break. Dwarves need to take breaks too. And in order to take a break, they have to idle for a little bit. So they have to idle for a little bit and then in their own little head decide, I need to go take a break, and then go pray to their god or hang out in the tavern or something. So in terms of scheduling, you need idlers because idling is like the time between getting home from work or school or whatever, eating dinner, and then deciding what you want to do with your evening. That is idling for a real person. It's like, you've eaten dinner, you have 3 hours left in your day before you need to go to bed, and that 20 minutes there where you're like, what am I going to do for the evening? That's idling in Dwarf Fortress. So, like, I think that whole pop-up and, like, number is supposed to go away at some point. Because it's, like, not a relevant or helpful notice for the players anymore. So, I don't know. It's not something that min-maxers should be yelling about. That's actually something that I'm kind of looking forward to with the release of Dwarf Fortress on Steam, is when all of these RimWorld players are going to be like, but it's also supposed to min-max, blah, 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 blah. It's like, it's not that kind of game, though. You're going to have a real bad time. Well, I mean, as somebody who has no friends, I'm socializing right now. You know? This is my socializing, dude. That's not totally true. I do have friends. I just don't have many friends. People min-max RimWorld. That's the reason I quit RimWorld. Because people made that game so fucking insufferable to play. And that game made itself so insufferable to play. Due to meta and all that shit. Game became so unpleasant to stream, it's not even funny. Oh, hello. Gun Zen Roses. That's hard to say. It's okay. You're allowed to be late. I'm assuming you came in from Soul's raid 17 minutes ago. That or FG's raid 2 hours ago. One of the two. But hi. Thank you very much for coming in from whichever raid you did. My name's Blind. And I play way too much Dwarf Fort. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it's just, there's certain things that I'm comfortable turning into a meme and making fun of, and war crimes are not one of them. You know, like, I'm totally fine with, like, joking about alcoholism and beer and weed and drugs and certain forms of crimes, but there's some things where it's just like, you know what? I don't like making fun of that. Good friends better than many friends? Yeah, I would say that. Yeah. The few friends I do have are pretty good friends. The thing, though, is it's like, I think what a lot of people do is they just refer to every single person that they know as a friend. The Hammerlord bashes the Crundle in the upper body, bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung. The Crundle is propelled away by the force of the blow. The Hammerlord bashes the Crundle in the leg with their hammer and bashes them again, and the Crundle is literally like playing golf with this Crundle. He's like punting him away. The Crundle comes back and latches on firmly. Or rather, the Hammerlord bites the Crundle in the upper leg, tearing the muscle, and the nerve has been severed. The Hammerlord latches on firmly. The Hammerlord shakes the Crundle around by the leg, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Literally bit his leg off. Hammerlord bashes the Crundle in the lower body with their hammer, and the Crundle is propelled away by the force of the blow, and then Space Pirate, who's been beating the shit out of this poor Crundle, says, "I have improved my biting. That was satisfying." The Hammerlord then bashes the Crundle in the lower body with their hammer, and the injured part is crushed. An artery has been opened by the attack. How do you see the battle log? So in the top left, see there's an S right there. Sometimes there's an H there, and sometimes there's a red C there. There's a red C there, it means there's a combat log that can be read. You press R, and then it pops up your logs, so I can read the sparring logs, I can read the other sparring logs, or I can read the combat logs. You just like use the arrow keys or the numpad to like select which thing you want to read, and then you press enter, and you can then read it. So you see the battle log. Min-maxing is something you did for games that you played when you were in your teens and you thought the point of your game was to play in the most efficient manner possible, and then you would get more mad and often having fun. Thankfully, you realized that you were taught by cringe Redditors and now have fun now. Dwarf Fortress is a game about, like, crafting a narrative out of the tools that are provided for you. And, like, I've streamed this game for quite some time now, right? And I've seen other streamers come and go, play this game on and off, and I've noticed a pattern. And the pattern that I've noticed is when people stream this game and they try and play it like a real-time strategy game or like an RTS, they hate it because you end up playing this super... How do I word this? Because they end up trying to play it with a build order and strategy and like, oh, I have to have this by week this day and have this by this day and or I have to have this many materials produced by the first trade caravan. Like, I've seen people like try and write up like priority lists and stuff like that for Dwarf Fort, and it hurts my brain a little bit is the only way I can say it. Yeah, that sort of thing is soul crushing. But yeah, just Dwarf Fortress doesn't like lend itself to that type of gameplay in the slightest. So for me, it's very much I really, really like the way Dwarf Fortress plays, but I do actually kind of fear that there are so many other games that play similarly to Dwarf Fortress that people will compare it to things that it just shouldn't be compared to. Also, chat, I've got really, really, really good news. Really, really, really good news that's completely irrelevant to everything that we're talking about. Also, yes, Dr. McTallick, that is completely true. This is completely irrelevant to anything. I have a passion for fishing simulators. I like playing fishing simulators. I don't stream them, but I very much enjoy sitting down, and I'd prefer you didn't. Well, but thanks for asking. You're welcome to post like self-promote or other people's content in the self-promote section of my Discord, but I don't really appreciate people just like randomly promoting other people's content that I don't know in my chat. If I don't know the person, I don't want it posted, and I don't know who you're talking about, so I'd prefer you didn't. Unless it's Yeti. That's the only one that I would know, but he hasn't done RimWorld stuff in a while. But anyway, this is completely irrelevant to anything. So I have a passion for fishing simulators, right? And I own this one fishing simulator called Ultimate Fishing Simulator. And Ultimate Fishing Simulator has a bunch of very cheap but also stupid DLC packs that have a bunch of achievements in them. And so I bought one of their DLC packs and caught a couple fish. And because nobody has ever bought any of these DLC packs, those achievements were all ridiculously rare. Anyway, enough people have finally started playing Jupiter Hell that the last of like all of my rarest achievements were all fishing achievements for a while. So I've grinded to like get rarer achievements than those fishing achievements. So finally, it's not a shame. Like, I just don't let people promote other people's content in my chat. That's all it really is. I'm kind of old school in that way. Like, unless I know the person and unless they rated me, I just... Most of the time you ask, you can post, like, yeah, no, that's fair. But, like, we have, like, the self-promote section to promote other people's stuff on my Discord for a reason. Uh-oh. Withdraws from society? For me, it's just a weird, old-fashioned, like, I don't trust people. So we've got ourselves a... What was that? Just a normal withdraws from society, so a mood. Who? Armor? Never heard of him. Is he some sort of Rocket League streamer? How you doing, Armor? It's good to see you. The thing about this chat, though, Willem, is we actually have no link requirements, so I appreciate you asking. Like, there's no rules about posting links here. You can post literally anything here. But if you post something that breaks Twitch's terms of service, you'll never post here again. So that's basically that rule. That guy, yes, definitely. It seemed probably a problem, frankly. Like, someone should deal with that. But how you been, Armor? What you been up to? Started your coffee brew without a cup under the... Oh no, that's bad. We're starting off with some leather. You're not sure how you've been? I understand that feeling. Don't know how you ams? Yeah. I feel you there. I feel you. I think that everybody's... Can we decree that Wednesday, the 25th... What month is it? It's not... Of May. I was going to say, it's not... I wanted to say April, but the 25th of April. Wednesday, the 25th of April, 2022. Or May, not April, is officially a Monday. Because as you can tell, my brain isn't working properly, and I don't think half of chat's brains are working properly. It's just been a really crappy 72 hours. And so I think that we can, like, consider this day from now on an honorary Monday, just for all of our sanity. Just so that we all have an excuse to, like, be bleh today. How's that sound? Can today just be Monday? Side rant. Counter-Strike has been ruined by the CSGO community. It's just become so toxic and frustrating between the rampant cheaters in terms of the and then a bad team that makes you scream and you're dying, etc. And then you can't... You've played Counter-Strike for over 12 years and you're a massive fan. You haven't touched it since early 2016. Last time I played Counter-Strike was... I played one round of gun game in Counter-Strike Go and I hated it. And then I uninstalled it. But I had about 3,000 to 4,000 hours in Source and 1.6 combined. Or between Source and 1.6, I probably had about 3,000 hours. Exactly. Can we just call every day this week a Monday? It is decreed that today is now an honorary Monday. Because, like, I'm not going to get into, like, world news too much, but it's been a fucking rough week. It's been a rough, like, 3 weeks. Just in general. Mountain Gnome has guzzled some wine. Enjoy it. Little gnome. Hold up. CSGO has single player? Is that not just, like, versus bots? But yeah, I haven't enjoyed playing a first-person shooter that's competitive and multiplayer since, like, 2010. With, like, the exception of Halo Infinite's launch, because the week that Halo Infinite launched, nobody knew how to play Halo, so me and my moderator, Stoned Hobo, just went around, like, gunning everybody down and demolishing everybody, and it was wonderful. Yeah, I'm still alive. Still alive. I don't recognize your username, Soggy Cupcake, but I mean, you've been following me since 2016, so you must have been. Yeah, I mean, there's not many people from those days still around. I'm still here, though. But hi, Soggy. What up? Welcome back. After so long. Your Monday starts around 8 p.m. Pacific on Sunday and ends around 11:30 p.m. on Monday. Yeah, I used to have, well, not that many hours, but I used to have days like that. So 2 gizzard stones, black cap logs, beak dog leather, copper bars, beak dog leather, and diorite. The thing about this channel, though, Soggy Cupcake, is like, I'm still into obtuse PC games. It's just gotten weirder. Like, we've just fallen deeper into rabbit holes, or dwarven mines. Summer's arrived on the calendar. For those of you who don't know, back in the day, this channel got its start playing heavily modded Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. That was the thing that launched this channel, was heavily modded Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. And over the years, we've just fell further and further and further and further and further into weird things. Yep. Oh boy, nostalgia. Oh, also, I was streaming a bit of, while the game saves in the background, I was streaming a little bit of this yesterday, a game called World Seed. I'm going to stream some more of it tonight, I think. But I just want to state this. I had like this eureka moment where I figured out how the gameplay loop works last night while I was trying to fall asleep. Like, my brain was clearly working through something, and then all of a sudden, at one point, I was like, I figured it out. I know what the gameplay loop of is. I finally figured it out. I finally figured it out. Damn, did you spend your childhood with Roller Coaster Tycoon? I mean, I have proof. Yep, I saw. Cheers, Mom. If I go to Steam, I have a couple hours in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. 1,783. That's not even accurate. That's very far from accurate, actually. Probably closer to about 2 to 3. You similarly play Team Fortress 2, but that has massive amounts of bots, which are unnamed accounts played by robots with aimbots that are hosted by jerks that want to ruin the game. There's so many casual play I used to play. I mean, honestly, the only like competitive games that I play now are games that I can largely ignore the entirety of the player base. RCT you haven't played, but you've seen some people on YouTube play it. Fair enough. There isn't... Okay, well, there is Open Roller Coaster Tycoon, which installs over top of Roller Coaster Tycoon, which does add multiplayer, which I used to stream. Fun fact, though, you know, I'm just going to say this out loud. What is the worst DRM company? Like, the worst company that provides digital rights management, mostly to AAA games, that has a tendency to ruin games? When I say that, you already got it. So the person who made the multiplayer for Open Roller Coaster Tycoon is the co-founder of Denuvo. Just for whatever that's worth. Steam? Nah, definitely not the least popular. Epic would have been a legitimate statement, but Denuvo, yes. The co-founder of Denuvo is the person who made the netcode for OpenRCT's multiplayer. Which I think is amazing. The co-founder of the co-founder of the most unpopular form of DRM in games. Designed the netcode for a free open source multiplayer roller coaster tycoon. Degal the Trader has created Zoglur Talk That. Don't talk that. A Diorite Amulet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Solom Earthkin Castles. How boring. This is a Diorite Amulet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion orpient cabochons and decorated with beak dog leather. And this object is adorned with hanging rings of diorite and orpient menaces with spikes of beak dog leather. And black cap. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in copper. On the item is an image of Christiel's the adamantine hammer in copper. And it is worth 15,600 Zethal. Denuvo? Not a distributor, no. Denuvo, like I stated, I didn't say game distributor. I said, what is the most popular format of DRM? You don't need to distribute games to be DRM. Denuvo is proprietary DRM digital rights management software that is included in a lot of AAA games. Most recently, it was in... I can't remember what it was in most recently, but it was in a game very recently. That's not true. It was made to stop people from stealing their game and giving it away for free to people who weren't going to buy it anyway. Stealing or taking your information because you agreed to the EULA to provide your information to them is on you. They're not stealing anything. Oh, hey. Yeah, that's also true, my petty. They've gotten a lot slower. The G's have arrived. A vile force of darkness. Would you look at that? Glorious. Black's hate drool. What a name. Her hair is extremely long and she is tall, incredibly skinny, and her nearly fused lobed ears are flattened. She has a broad chin and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is lavender and her skin is pine green. Her eyes are red. Enjoy your lurks. For a second there, I thought you were naked. They're wearing elf nail amulets. They're wearing fur mostly. Well, you are just a recruit. I need somebody with armor. Iron Cap. Where are you from? On the item is a rendition of the Branded Witch, which is a great name. A masterfully designed image of a goblet. Which in my headcanon is a baby goblin. Oh, it's just a little goblet. Look at that. No, it's a cup. The image is the symbol of the dread of scrapes, a goblin civilization, and it is made from iron. Why would you feel guilty about paying a sale price? It's like June's coming around again, right? So I'm gonna be putting my annual Patreon subscriptions on sale again. So for people who want to become annual patrons, they can get a discount. Let's just jump up to the surface and watch dwarves run in real quick. But every time I do that, there's always some people that are just like, man, I feel bad not giving you the full amount. And it's like, that's why there's a discount. It's because you weren't going to give me the full amount anyway, most likely. Or to give you a discount, damn it. All right. Calling all of the dwarves inside. This means we get to dump spicy water on people. Is the walkway in? Yes, the walkway in is open. I can go down here. We're going to pull this lever. Drawbridge front. Just need a dwarf to come over here and pull it. Pull the lever, dwarf. Please. Or don't. Anytime it's your dwarf. Pull the lever. And bonk. There it goes. Perfect. So now that that happens, we jump back down here. And we go down to here. Where are you going? Constructing a Gabbro door. All right. And looks like all of those doors are shut. Looks like there's 110 of them. And they're probably going to kill this cavey, so. Oh, no. Oh, there's a mountain gnome up front. Run, gnome! Run away! Think games are overpriced? Games are cheaper than they've ever been, though. But see, here's the thing, right? $60 is enough for multiple meals. Plenty of games are overpriced on console, for instance. You're saying that? $60. Okay, so first off, in Canada, games are $79.99, not $60. But a game that is $79.99 is different amounts of value to different people, right? You could say that you think that games are overpriced if you're the sort of person who likes to sit down and play one game on repeat for ages. If it's something like God of War, which is a very tailored, specific, designed experience that you play through once, maybe twice, and it's very, very graphically beautiful and a work of art, that's one thing, right? Versus something like, let's just say, Dwarf Fortress, where you could literally just play it forever and it's free. Games are worth different amounts to different people. Games are cheaper than they've ever been due to inflation. Games have actually not gone up as much. I think if a game is crammed full of, like in my experience, value is subjective. Absolutely. In my experience, something like Genshin Impact is a waste of time and money, and you should never install, download, or support such business models. That's my opinion. But it's not overpriced. I just think it's shitty, right? I think something like Battlefield is overpriced because that game was largely garbage. The most recent one. That being said, most AAA games are pretty fairly priced. Indie games, as well, pretty fairly priced. So in general, I would actually say the exact opposite. I think that games are cheaper than they've ever been and are more reasonable than they've ever been. And frankly, we're spoiled for choice. Like, we are extremely fortunate to be in an era where... Yeah, but that's not relevant to the discussion, though. You're talking about $60 for a game, not a game plus, like, an entire game and years worth of content, right? Like, you could play the base game of The Sims for a couple of bucks when it's on sale and play that for 300 hours and get more than enough content out of it. This is an irrelevant discussion, right? Like, yes, you could point at Train Simulator being expensive, but that's not a normal game. That's not the norm. There's a few outliers that you can point at and be like, that game's $700 with its DLC. It's like, yeah, okay, but that's the type of game that if you play The Sims, you only really play The Sims. The people that I know that play The Sims, and I know a couple of creators that play The Sims, almost entirely just play The Sims. That is like the only thing they really play. So it's not really a relevant addition to the discussion to be like, well, The Sims has a lot of DLC. It's like, yeah, because the people who play it just play The Sims and they fucking love it. So it's not relevant. Right? It's just like my friend Neil. He plays Train Simulator. Dude's got thousands of dollars in Train Simulator DLC. But he's also got thousands of hours in that game. Literally thousands. Like, you could say that I overpay for Dwarf Fortress because I give the developers $10 a month. I don't know how much money I've given to Dwarf Fortress over the years. Genuinely, I don't know. Probably quite a bit, actually. But I also make money playing this game, and I have thousands of hours in this game. So... are games too expensive? Value is subjective. And if you don't think something is worth the money for you, that is totally fine. But I don't think it's fair to say, oh, this game is overpriced. The only real example of a game that I could think of that is overpriced, well, I mean, there's plenty of examples, right? But one obvious example of one that I could think of is this. And that's because this game shouldn't cost money. This game barely functions, is terrible, and is $79.99. Thanks, Square Enix. Mostly negative reviews. Damn straight. This was the closest thing we were going to get to a potential fucking rad mech game in a universe that I do actually like, the Front Mission universe. But instead they put out a broken mess that was rushed and didn't work properly and then never patched it. You're still very upset over it? I dodged that bullet and didn't buy it. I tentatively waited for reviews. But, like, you know. I think that if something is overpriced to you, it just means you're not the target audience. And that's usually the case. Either, if something is too expensive for you, it means one of two things usually. You're not the target audience, or it's poorly marketed and ill-conceived. And neither of those things are a bad thing. And that exists in every industry. Dollar store ripoff of Left 4 Dead? Sure. I got $80. All AAA games are $80 in Canada. In some cases, $120. Babylon's Fall was $120. I mean, I got Back 4 Blood for a couple, like, $10 or less in value from a Humble Bundle. So, I don't know. Be a more savvy consumer at that point. That's on you. But I hate the games are worth this much, games aren't worth this much discussion, because it never ends with anything like actually beneficial happening. It is factually incorrect to say that games are more expensive, because games have only gotten cheaper thanks to inflation. Games are currently cheaper than they've ever been in history, and if games were to cost as much or an equivalent to the amount that they cost in the 80s, then we'd be paying $100+ for 2 to 3 hour long games. Strider, which is an arcade port that was on a couple of different consoles, was famous for being finishable in just a few hours, like an hour and a half, 90 minutes even. And that game launched at like, it was like $130 for current currency equivalents. It was like $90 when it launched originally. So when you think about it like that, it's like, you can't really say that games are overpriced. If you say that games are overpriced, it just makes you seem young, which is fine. You're allowed to be young. But games are far from overpriced. In fact, games are too cheap. It's really sad, actually, because like I'll stream games and people will be like, this is $30. And I'll be like, well, actually, it's $40 in Canada. And they'll be like, it's so expensive. And I'll be like, well, I bought it and I'm happy with it. Like an example of that is Troopin keeping that sub alive for a 3rd month. Welcome back. Why are you walking this way, Dwarf? Turn around. Are you in the military? Let's take you out of the military. Pathing was being weird. Yeah, I don't care. Like, that's not relevant or helpful to the channel, but I could see why that would be awkward. Yeah, that seems ill-conceived. Where's my goblins at? Right, yeah, I totally forgot about the Forgotten Beast there. Oh. I mean, I'm pretty sure investments have been open all stream, because I don't think I started them yet. But Troopin Panda, thank you very much for keeping that sub live. Cheers, it's good to have you back. Your dwarf's still alive, by the way. We're about to give some more goblins a nice hot soup, because we're very accommodating and welcoming to our green friends. You're Richie? I can't read that without reading Richie Rich. Yay, stupid KV so died. Remember when you had 0? Nope. Although your hours just put a song stuck in my head. Because it's 1985. It's Bruce Springsteen, Madonna, way before Nirvana. It was U2 and Blondie. Music still on MTV. And 2 kids in high school. They tell her that she's uncool. But she's still preoccupied. 1985. MTV and music. Yeah, hey, Donna Minstrel. I could bowl for some soup, chat room. I mean, we're going for this spicy water in a minute, which is going to be a nice bowl of spicy soup. You know, the first thing I saw on MTV was Legs. The music video for Legs by ZZ Top, or ZZ Top, as my dad likes to call them. Because she's got legs and she knows how to use them. Rip for Stone. All right, well, we've got these they're goblins. Something was wrong with your bank. Was wrong with your bank and you were unsubscribed. Well, I mean, blame the bank. Classic. But it's fine. Don't worry. I'll still be here. All right, now we just let the green boys come in. So, chat, out of curiosity, does anybody here not know what's going to happen in this area? Because if you don't, you're in for a surprise. Not that I've been, like, hiding what I'm doing with this thing at all. Shit, there's more goblins in here. Yeah, there is. Great, now I've just got 1985 stuck in my head. Fuck. All because Freeways had 1,985 hours in my stream. It's a lot of hours, though. Come on, green boys. Get up in here. Can I shout out the fact that my dwarves have been leaving arrows in here? They're just dropping arrows back here for some reason. What, being preoccupied with 1985? I mean, I can tell you this. I'm not preoccupied with 1985. I wasn't born in 1985. I mean, I fear that Dwarf Fortress is going to be underpriced. Dwarf Fortress is slated to be $20. I think they could easily sell it for 30 or 40 even. What games do I feel are underpriced? Odd Realm. Although Odd Realm's about to go up in price. Odd Realm is $10. An Odd Realm could easily be 15 to 25. But, well, 15. 15 to 20. Maybe not 25. 25, it would scare some people away. But this is a game I think is underpriced. I'm trying to think. Games that are underpriced. Some of the stuff that Sock Pop releases, I think, is underpriced. Really, Forgotten Beast arrives and is named Vathi Equiliscence has come. A one-eyed scorpion. It has a fat, bulging trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Its vermilion exoskeleton is leathery and beware its poisonous sting. I'm very wary its sting. Is it this? Yes, it is. Which means it's right in the spot where I can release it into the... Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, shit. It's already going up. So, it's right in the spot where I released another Forgotten Beast into the Well, where is it? Down? Yes, right down in here. So I released another Forgotten Beast into here previously. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this lever and let it in if I can. We're also going to pull this lever. I'm going to pull 2 levers. Let's just make sure that they have access. Yes, they do. All right, so I'm going to pull 2 levers. I'm going to let the Forgotten Beast in, and I'm also going to lock the side door. Hopefully not squish the Forgotten Beast in the process. So hopefully the Forgotten Beastie doesn't go and make out with the drawbridge. Let's just hope that they get that drawbridge shut before that troll gets in. Come on. God damn it. Well. Let's just tell the military to go stand here. Troll is in pieces. Where? So this is, oh geez, the Forgotten Beast went off into the wrong spot. I mean, that's not where I need you to be, Beastie. God dang it. I wanted to set the Forgotten Beast in against the goblins, but we waited too long. So let's see how many are still in the stairwell. If it's not many, then we'll just close the thing and set her off. There's 1. See, here's the thing, though. If they priced Dwarf Fortress at $60, there would be people like me that would be like, yep, and they'd pay, and we'd pay for it, right? But for every person like me who would just be like, yep, and pay for it, there would be a dozen people that would be like, really? That's money grabby, or why is this so expensive, or how dare you? Looks like a drowning chamber. A bit spicier than a drowning chamber. Come on, close. Bacon's been found dead. What? What the fuck? The hell? Hold up. I have a troll problem I need to acquire. Megoso, maybe? Okay, well, I'm sorry, Making Bacon. I'm not actually sure how you died. Come on, close that. Well, they've pulled the lever. There we go, so now it's shut. All right, sweet. Let's dump the spicy water on them. They should do her. You're making burgers? Well, you have a good time. Yo, Sethados, Long Death is 5 years off of 400 years. So in about a year, maybe, we'll hit your 500. There goes the spicy water. I hope this is enough to kill the whole siege. It might not be. Quite happy with how that one worked. Just the soothing, calm music in the background, and it's just like goblins just screaming. Okay, yeah, we got enough of them. Yeah, they're mostly gone. Feels like yesterday I started that. I started that in August 2020. Part 1 has almost 20,000 views. For those of you who don't know, Sethados made one of the few fortresses that lasted longer than Long Death has so far. One of the most distressing things to me about watching stuff burn in Dwarf Fortress is the fact that the bodies explode and blood goes everywhere after a bit. Like, the bodies pop. It's just so distressing to me. And you see them pop. There goes another one. There's just a flaming goblin lash. Oh my god, he's just burning. Look at that. I mean, doesn't change the fact that it's disturbing as all hell. Why are you burning so long? Shouldn't you die? Yeah, it's like roasting a boiled egg. How much lava is there? I think that this goblin is fireproof. Oh yeah, all of those little spurts of color is bodies exploding. But how is this goblin not dead? If they're in combat while they're melting, you get to read in graphic detail. Yeah, I've seen that. I love how this one hasn't actually started melting yet. Uh-oh. Shit, there's a Forgotten Beast in my fort. I didn't think you had access to the fortress. Apparently you did. Anyway, they killed it. The fish cleaner punched the Forgotten Beast in the CPO thorax with his right hand, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. And bruising the brain. He punched it, and it died. Einstein Spy, I have a question. Have you seen my follower emotes yet? It's like roasting a boiled egg. Oh, absolutely. Just like the time I accidentally slaughtered a dragon. Anyway, exclamation point quotes for quotes. As you just gotta flip them. Fair enough. Apparently a dwarf almost died to a Forgotten Beast. I don't actually think anybody died. Okay. It was just making bacon from earlier, but that was from the troll that got into the fort. Shoutouts to the fish cleaner that just punched this Forgotten Beast to death, though. You didn't see them yet? Well, you should have a look. I have a feeling you will like brr. All right. Well, let's open the front door so that these migrants can come in. How is this goblin not dead? I'm so confused. It is completely covered in lava, almost. All right, well, I guess we pull this lever and pull the drain. Surviving with sheer force of will. This is my favorite part of this trap, by the way, right here. Draining it. It's this. Check his clothing. Copper, iron, bronze. Should all be melting. I mean, his copper whip should be melting. Sometimes they're made of spoiler thread. Definitely not. Sometimes they're made from bugs. Didn't know goblins were lava safe. Goblins aren't. This one might be. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna dump another round on this thing. We're gonna drain it. Let him go do his thing, and then I'm gonna dump more fire on him. That, or I could... I'm kind of worried if I send my dwarves in to fight him, that my dwarves are gonna spontaneously combust when they touch them. I think that this goblin is transcending from goblin into god. Maybe he's a demigod. That's what I was thinking. Maybe he is now. I mean, it's just acted horror. I go acted horror. Doesn't say if it's a follower emote unless you post it. Here, mine should stand out, but these are my follower emotes. FG drew Sappy. So you can see FG's wonderful MS Paint art. I think FG should draw all of her emotes. It's quite frankly stunning. Sort of like when you get burn marks on your frying pan. Oh, is the goblin the burn mark? That's when he's gonna turn into an uppercase G. He goes from a G to an OG. No, seriously, like, how are you not dead? Huh. I guess it's fair to say that this goblin's got the fire on the dance floor. We're gonna have to flip this goblin before he burns. Yeah, totally. Also up to 141 dwarves. We're working on more bedrooms over here. We also do have goblins in the fort. I should mention that. We have several, including this one, who is 226 years old. Been in this fortress for a long time and is a legendary axeman. Very, very strong warrior for us. Has 3 notable kills as well as 42 others. I go the goblin. Yeah, we got several goblins. I need to look around for the other ones, but we do have several. Is the Hydra still alive? Yep. It's up on the surface. It's chilling. The Hydra that we have is up here. It is its full title is Matchrag the Stones of Power is its full name. It's currently just hanging out up here. I learned today that Hydras are Grandmaster Observers, talented fighters, biters, strikers, and dodgers. Did you know they're Grandmaster Observers? Not quite legendary, just Grandmaster. Now I want to know if there's any creatures that are legendary observers. They do have 7 heads, so that it makes a lot of sense that they would be observant. All right, is that goblin dead yet? Nope. We have acquired an Immortal Goblin, I think. In fact, it's moved. Install him behind a grate. Now you have a fireplace. A fireplace that would also probably terrify dwarves. I know that this might just be like beating a dead horse, but I'm going to try like pouring more lava on it. But that is going to be my plan, is I'm just going to pour more lava on it. We'll see what that does. And if nothing, then I don't know. Can I check his wounds? I can't, because he's not on my side. And he doesn't have anything showing in his description, which leads me to believe that the character is just completely bugged, which is kind of amazing. I don't know, pour more lava. Well, I mean, I'm going to pour more lava, and then I'm going to pour more lava. And then if that doesn't work, then I'll drop a rock on his head. Because they can't move very far when there's lava there, so if I just drop a rock on his head, that'll solve it. It's either that or beat him to death with sticks, I don't know. I mean, there's very few problems in this world that more lava doesn't solve. Like, come on. We got all these doors to install now. Also got beds. Dump a bucket of water on him and encase him in obsidian. Now, if we encase him in obsidian and he doesn't die, that's when we know that he's like some sort of special demigod thing. And I'll go, after I'm done placing all these beds, I'm going to go check in on him. And we'll see if he has any actual wounds yet. Also, I've never seen a goblin with any armor made out of adamantine. So if there was actually like a goblin made out of adamantine or or with like armor made out of godlike metal or something, I would be terrified. Yeah, it's still alive. Let's... Hey, he's got no injuries that we are aware of. But he has moved. He's literally walking through lava. Which means that this goblin is stronger than Terminator. You realize that, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger died to the lava. That's a spoiler for Terminator. But Arnold Schwarzenegger died in molten steel. This guy's just walking. Someone left a comment on my most recent news video saying that those updates give them life. If my YouTube videos are the one thing that give you life, I think you need to, like, hopefully improve, like, your general life, because my updates are pretty bland. Goblinator, 100 times more. I hope that you've been well, King. Hope shit's been running smoothly with your new projects. But damn. So we've got this Immortal Goblin. I think I kind of want to, like, make an image of a goblin that's just on fire. maybe instead of, like, making armor out of adamantine or, like, all of the goblinite that's surrounding this goblin, we should just, like, butcher this goblin and make armor out of this goblin. Because, like... It's clearly there's something to it here. But I think we can pretty safely just, like, ignore this goblin and actually start, like, working on this adamantine. I can probably also just dig this out down here. Watch that. Dig me too deep. Slow can be good, though. Slow and steady, as they say. Damn, those are some bright red beds. I kind of doubt it. I think that the explanation is the goblin bugged out and is immune to fire for some reason. I think that's the explanation. I've had similar-ish things happen. Like, I had a dwarf that got caught in a lava trap like this one once and just never actually caught fire. Like, somehow managed to just, like, dodge roll consistently enough around the edges that he just never caught fire. It's not like it's wearing, like, an artifact or anything that would, like, make that make sense, so. And so I'm kind of not really expecting it to be explainable. Or explain-awayable? Explain-awayable. I don't think that's a word. Or a set of words that should be used together. But I just did, so. In your headcanon is demigod. And, you know, in your headcanon, it could absolutely be a demigod. That is totally acceptable. That goblin is, like, has been touched by its demon overlord and thus is immune to fire. But you've seen similar, but you really want it to be something that's explained by World Gen. It's like, well, this goblin is one of the first of their kind, and was part of a specific religion called the Rings of Fire, where they eat a lot of hot peppers, and this made them immune to lava. Bwomp, bwomp, bwomp. Could you imagine, like, just being invaded by goblins that are immune to lava? And they just, like, crawl through the lava towards you, just like they go for a swim. Just like the demons. The demons will just swim straight through lava. And it's like, oh god! Scary. Not Dragonfire, though. Dragonfire will get them. Water well goblins are the worst. You know, me and chat, we were talking about this the other day. Early August, first week of August, I'm going to go back to one of the first versions of Dwarf Fortress after a couple of patches, because I don't want to play the first ever version, because it's got some weird patches. I want to go all the way back to some like 2D Dwarf Fortress and play that for Dwarf Fortress's birthday in August. It's not quite 20, but it's getting up there. 27 euros worth of Planet Coaster DLC? Was it on sale or something? With their wooden shields, the war tigers they rode on weren't so lucky. So the elves would survive, but the war tigers would just catch fire. Did I ever tell you about the scariest elf invasion I ever had? There was a elf invasion that I had in a fort ages ago. And this elven faction was very much integrated with goblins. So they had necromancers. So the elves were wielding weapons of steel. Steel and copper and iron, mostly. But that wasn't the fun bit. The fun bit was not only were they attacking me with steel, iron weapons, etc. They were also, apparently OnlyFins is live, by the way, for anybody who cares. They were also riding undead giant ravens. So I was getting attacked by elves with steel and iron weapons, riding on undead giant ravens. One of the scariest things I've ever seen in Dwarf Fort. One of the scariest things I've ever witnessed in Dwarf Fort. I'm not sure what you're referencing, Phantom. They were flying and attacking you? Of course. Like I said, it was terrifying. Yeah. The only reason elf raids are a joke is because they use wooden weapons. It's like the second they have weapons that are not made out of wood, it's like scary. Very, very, very scary. How do I deal with that? I locked the door, and then burrowed the dwarves inside. That's how I dealt with it. And then eventually we died. Oh, that's why it sounds vaguely familiar. I'm not a Elder Scrolls person at all. That fort didn't live very long, Pixelhook. That's just the truth of it. Fort didn't live so long. It lived as long as I could make it, and then just kind of gave up pretty quick. I was like, well, this sucks. Shit. All right. Dead. That was basically how it went. Diamond OnlyFins is live. I don't know what that means, though. You're back to spam chat with nonsense? I mean, that's the best kind of chat spam. Spamming chat with common sense wouldn't make you a rare drop. Only if you spam chat with nonsense can you be a rare drop. Looks like some new viewers in chat. There's a few. Yeah, there's some new faces around. Holy gold. Look at all that gold stuff. This fortress is just like swimming in gold, so all of my furniture and whatnot is made out of gold. It's a bit gaudy, but we're getting by. Need some more tables in the tavern. Why in the world would I make tables out of gabbro when I have gold? Only nonsense here? You know it. You didn't read the redemption, did you? Do you want my hair up or down? Currently it's up. Do you want it to stay up or do you want it to go down? Or up? Well, then you just wasted a redemption point. But okay. I can't make it go more up than it already is, my dude. No, because buns are not comfortable. Read the last Discord word story. I don't know how much I have to read, but I will do my best. Let's get a chat. I'm going to give you guys like 10 seconds to add stuff to the Add a Word Stories room on Discord, because otherwise I will be reading half a sentence. So you have about 30 seconds to go into my Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room and add one word at a time to write semi-coherent sentences. What, Syndrome? I'm trying to think. Who's the other bad guy in The Incredibles? The only bad guy from The Incredibles I know is Syndrome. I don't know what Syndrome... Oh, he had like the spiky hair? Yeah, no, I can't do that. I need like a string on the ceiling to like tie my hair to. Right, sweet. Things are picking up. Oh, shit. Got magma crabs attacking a fish cleaner, and it's a dead magma crab. Excellent. We'll be eating magma crab legs for dinner, everybody. That goblin's still on fire. That goblin is still on fire. Well, gonna have to just douse it in more lava. Let's just wait for this lava to dry up mostly, and then we're just gonna douse it with more lava. You know, actually what we should do? I shouldn't douse it in more lava. I have a better strategy, chat. Because it is on fire, right? The goblin is on fire. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to burrow my dwarves underground and just let the goblin go. I'm gonna release the back door and just let it walk out. Maybe it will go home and burn all of its... It'll like when... Because like I've had things go set a location on fire, and then when they reappear, they combust. I'm kind of hoping that we'll just have like a siege show up in a little bit with that goblin, and that goblin will just arrive dead. All right. I don't call people buddy because I don't like to belittle people. If I'm going to belittle you, I'm going to do it intentionally. It's time to actually do the read a word stories thing. Careless alteration alludes to nothing. Returning empty cartridges to the carriage of Nutella Carriage's shop. We can't stop the swans. It doesn't make a lot of kebab sales. It's true. It doesn't. The Incredibles 1 is a fantastic movie. Anyway, please add more words to the Add a Word story room so that I can read out random shit. One of my favorite little tidbits about The Incredibles is I used to draw comics when I was a little kid, because a lot of little kids used to do that. But when I was drawing comics as a little kid, one of my favorite comics to draw was this little series that I came up with about a family of superheroes, right? And I used to basically take, like, you know, these various different superpowers and attribute them to different family members. And like the dad could, like, he was really big and strong, and I want to say had like laser eyes or something. The boy could like run super fast. The older sister had force fields and could turn invisible. The little kid, the littlest one, could breathe fire and fly, and turn into fire. And there was a cousin who was a shapeshifter, and I had a few other characters that were like that, right? And after I'd been drawing like this little fan comic that for myself that wasn't based on anything, just like my own imagination, for a couple of years, The Incredibles came out. And I know that that they didn't steal the movie idea, because like I never really told anybody but my parents about those comics and like one or two friends. But I still kind of feel like in my heart they stole it from me. Signing beds. Welcome back, Freeways. But I'm not American. I don't sue people for things that I shouldn't sue them for. Only Americans do that. I'm Canadian. I just roll my eyes and go, typical. That's about how I feel, to be honest. Me, a tortured artist? I'm tortured. Artist? I don't know if I'd say that. Don't give me too much credit. Hello, Stig. Welcome to the channel. That should be all of them. Any interest in Delve? Nope. I did watch the Krug Smash video, but no. I don't really play printable solo tabletop games. Not my style. I play video games. Not really a tabletop person. Just never really interested me. It's a neat thing, but not for me. Let's do I'm gonna probably end up putting more bedrooms in this area, but I'm gonna do a hallway kind of going this way. I do, however, I like games that are tabletop inspired. Like recently, I played through all of Citizen Sleeper, which is very tabletop inspired. But if I have to print stuff off, I don't own a printer, or like draw stuff or write stuff down with pencil. No, not what I'm in for. And death frights from being streamed on Twitch and TV. I'm so confused by that statement. What? I mean, I think Twitch should just ban gambling. I think it's a little fucked up that people can stream like slots, and even poker makes me roll my eyes a little bit, but at least poker is kind of a game of skill and knowledge and math. But the fact that people are allowed to stream slots on Twitch is kind of disturbing to me. You shouldn't be getting any ads on my stream. If you're getting any ads on my stream, something's wrong. You should only get the pre-roll when you like start a new stream. But if you watch through live streamer, you shouldn't have problems. I don't think... To those of you watching the stream in live streamer through VLC, do you guys get ads? Did they ever fix that for Twitch? Or do you guys still get around the ads that way? I don't know what... Blind don't... Yeah, but blind, default, you know, Twitch knows what's best for you. Kappa. Default. Default. William Default. Still ad-free on VLC? Yeah, then just watch it through VLC. Default my legs. DeBerry's Default. What? DeBerry's... I don't... I was trying to do like a Sega do what Nintendo don't, but I just like lost it. The Aquamarine Guild now has many members in Angelrazor and now requires a Grand Guild Hall, which means I need to upgrade my Stoneworkers Guild. There it is. All right, so the Diamond Coal is my Stoneworkers Guild, which is there. All right, well, you guys need it to be grand. We'll make it grand. Here, just have like 50 gold tables. It's not quite stone, but that's not the case. It's probably a blip in your... Like, nobody's calling it a bug. I think what it actually is a blip in your internet connection, causing you to disconnect and reconnect. So Twitch treats it like a pre-roll, right? I mean, frankly, if Twitch wants to give me more pre-rolls, that'd be great. I'm short on my stash right now, frankly. And for people who don't like to roll their own, it's nice to have some pre-rolls hanging around. But jokes aside, it's probably your internet cutting out. Is there a way to put that goblin out of its misery? Who says he's in misery? He's not burning. He's just on fire. He's not burning, he's just on fire. I mean, like he has no injuries. So the game hasn't, like, realized that it's on fire yet. So I'm just... Yeah, I don't know. But I apologize that you're getting any ads of any sort on my stream. If I could pay Twitch to turn off all ads on my stream, I would. If I could. It's the son of the god of fire, then. Chat, have any of you seen the movie Man on Fire? That goblin. Same thing. What does our goblin Ago look like? A ball of flames. Ago looks like his hair is extremely long and he has a prominent chin. His head is somewhat short and his hair is indigo. It's also burning. His skin is green and also burning, and his eyes are red and also burning. He's green. His hair is indigo. Very classic green. Or in this case, classic burninate. Mostly burninate. This fort's name is Angelrazor. You bet his eyes are red? Well, naturally. I mean, if you'd been on fire for like 3 weeks, your eyes would be red too. Check out his civ. His civ is the Dread of Scrapes. These guys. And well, this is why he's surviving the fire. It's because their master is a panda monster. They have a panda monster in charge of their fortress. So wait, their Master of Beasts is a goblin wood burner. Is that turning goblins into wood and thus burning them? I know that's not what that means, but in my headcanon, it does now. Is that what Ago actually means? But I love the fact that they have a panda monster in charge of this faction. Welcome back. That goblin is still burning. You like that the panda monster's title is administrator? I mean, isn't that like the person in charge of a goblin faction? Generally, the administrator of the Goblin Murder Society to organize the legal murder parties and the happy fun orgies, and the sports teams so that they can go compete in the dwarven wrestling events. That sounds like an administration gig. Even though, like, you know, sometimes you just get bored and, like, slaughter 40,000 goblins, doesn't mean that you're not an administrator who's hardworking. I mean, in this case, this panda admin is also, like, you know, an endangered species. So, frankly, I think it makes plenty of sense that they're an administrator. I feel like it would be, you know? Panda monster works in a call center. Goblin call center. Soglak needs to stab Stegolos to death. Why? He's standing there. Okay. Click. Next. It's like that game that I put up a video of on my YouTube channel the other day, the final boss. Hold on. Let's just... I'll grab you guys a link. This game's free, so you can just play it on Edge. Yeah, this thing. It runs in a browser, or you can download it, but it's essentially like a combination of like Papers, Please, and Reigns, and the whole point of the game is that you have to be the final boss and like say yes or no whether or not you want to like give your evil villains more raises or like not, and whether or not you want to just like slaughter a whole town because like they have gold and stuff like that. You have to do it really quick before the timer runs out, make money. It's actually quite fun. The most recent comment on the itch page is, at least I was a pro-consumer, Evil Empire. You know what's funny is every time I open up Discord, I get a notification from Discord telling me to make a nitro boost goal, yet we've literally boosted to the maximum nitro boost level. I have no idea, Diamond, if they specifically asked you that question or not. The goblin isn't on fire. It isn't even a goblin. It is a hoax created by the government of Angelrazor to scare dwarves into obedience. It's more like scare dwarves into thinking that goblins are fireproof, but... It is a dwarf with green mushroom powder paint and in a fire-resistant suit. Why do you think the flaming goblin is in a place that they wouldn't let you go into? Well, I mean, I do let the dwarves go in there all the time, in fact. Down there in the lava pit, I do let the dwarves go down there because they have to collect the armor after the goblins have died. Malarkey, riot, rock my dwellers, wake up to reality. I mean... My rock dwellers, not rock my dwellers. Rock my dwellers! Something my grandma would say. I'm just peeking around at Dwarf's clothing. But all jokes aside, I do let them in there all the time. So there is that. Good, one more. You come bearing answers as to whether or not the trees dropping into or causing holes to appear as a bug or not. Or an intended mechanic. I'm excited to hear this answer. I'm just over here mining candy. I hope that your day's been well. Was the scholar disappearing? Oh, you thought he was teleporting when he was actually climbing up and out of view and then running to the edge of the map on the level. We had this in our bug list for a day or two before you figured it out. Okay. Well, the way it was written was absurdly confusing. And I wasn't the only person who thought that. So, got a rotten magma crab skeleton. All right, well, I've got to post a clarification then. Appreciate that. That is a very stinky magma crab. You can see why it wasn't clear. Yeah, I'm not the only person who was confused by that. Because I read the whole post like 3 times and was like, what? Nobody has ever been in the lava pit? Yeah, they go in the lava pit all the time, though. I understand, like, the jokes that you're trying to make here, and they're quite funny. However, they're also completely false, just like in reality. When people try and talk like that, they're almost always complete. In fact, they are always completely false. Einstein Spy, thanks for continuing your gift sub. And is so also speaking of bugs, I have actually found a bug. Assuming that that's Alexandra on the account. I have a burning goblin that won't burn to death. It had lava dumped on it. It's just running around. It's fine. Its clothes aren't on fire. It has no injuries. It doesn't seem to mind. Considering there are no thoughts in Dwarf Fortress for being on fire. He's just burning. Can he set other things on fire? Well, I'm waiting for more of the lava to disappear, and then I'm going to let him out. And just see what happens when he goes up to the surface. In fact, I think I can now. To lock my dwarves inside, though. Which means I can open up the trap exit, I think. And then... follow our goblin friendo here. Well, there's nothing to burn in the Hall of Lava currently. Let's see what happens when you go back to the surface. Because he's going to start walking over moss and things pretty quickly. Oh, I opened the wrong one. He's going to start walking over moss and things pretty quickly. And when he works his way up to the surface... Nearest was amazed after still being alive. Well, so there actually is... So there is no thoughts in the game for being on fire. Fun fact. It is not possible... Don't you... I was going to say, he's going to walk over to the bridge and get crushed by it, aren't you? That would actually be kind of amazing if you walked up to it and just went splat. All right, there it goes. It's open. You now can leave. Gobby McBeans. All right, we're just going to jump up to you real quick here. We're going to pull this lever. Let's follow the Bernie Goblin. Oopsies. Where'd you go? Come here, you. Let's see if he sets other things on fire on the way out. Watch him get caught in a cage trap. Because I do have some that aren't full yet. Goes going up. Walks across stone. What am I hammered? Where's this fighting? With what? Oh. Got hit by something. He walks over a piece of clothing. Or armor. Not sure what that is. Oh, the fire pigs in Divinity 2. Goes and gets caught in a trap. Does not appear to still be on fire. I think we may have extinguished him. So our burning goblin is no longer burning, I think. But, so we'll never know if he was able to catch other things on fire because didn't make it to the surface, unfortunately. Bug fixed? Yeah, we extinguished it. It's fine. I mean, he was the only one to survive. We did indeed catch a shiny, yeah. It's a fire-type goblin, naturally. I caged his spirit. I mean, I did what had to be done. I did what had to be done. Little paint on the floor in the lava pit. A little paint on the lava pit floor can't fool me. These goblins jumping into the pit was a hoax. Uh-huh. You know, what we do to dwarves like you, Thanom? We lock them behind the walls like this one. Granted, I mean, this one does turn into a giant roaring bull once a month for about 2 days, who is crazed for blood and flesh, and their eyes glow red, I think? So naturally, it would make sense for us to lock them in there. But I think that if Urist McDoofus was talking like that, I think I would probably lock Urist McDoofus in with Ral over here. You wish the fireproof goblin... Oh! I got better news, chat. It's still on fire. It's just on fire in the cage. Also, there's a ghostly axe lord over here. Who's the ghostly axe lord? I have a ghost that's not listed. What? Must have like just disappeared. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to chain up or not chain up. I'm gonna construct the cages for the goblins, attach mechanisms to them, and then try and release them off the edge of the map, and see if that goblin catches stuff on fire. I'm going to go up there, and I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to make a lever, which is just going to go down here, which is going to be called delete after use. Okay. Wish the fireproof goblin well. Well, I mean, I can tell you this. Drinking on the job is mandatory for dwarves, so please don't stop drinking on the job. Please continue. 'Tis fine. You can drink on the job as much as your little beard can handle. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go pull something out of the fridge. Why would you look at that? The game is saving. Put it on a chain? I was just going to release it. The thing is, I don't want to have hostile goblins even on chains outside because then they'll try and, like, attack my dwarves and whatnot, and they'll scare my dwarves and things, so... No, I'm just gonna release them. But I'm gonna see if, they catch the ground on... If that one catches the ground on fire. That's still so silly to me. Oh, well, right now this goblin that's on fire is kept in... I'm apparently missing a dwarf. A dwarf has been missing for a week. No idea what happened to him. This fort is big enough, though, that dwarves will just randomly go missing, and I will genuinely have no idea what happened to them. Alright, well, you're gonna go put stuff in that stockpile there, which is very inconvenient, actually. Can I just, like, ask you not to do that? But unfortunately, you're gonna do it regardless, aren't you? It's gonna take a little bit for that stuff to get set up. We also need more booze. The goblin that's constantly on fire at the entrance. I mean, there's places in the fortress I could put it. Would it be any use for siege defense? Absolutely not. Let me just get killed by the other goblins. The Montreal F1 track on Monday? Oh, really? They're already setting up? Are you going to the race? I will be arriving in Montreal the day after the race finishes. It's weird, like, flights to Montreal from here were really expensive the week before. It's just like, we're just like looking at when to go, and I was just like, man, it's really expensive that week. Let's go the week after. And then I found out like 3 days later, oh yeah, that's what the race is. Duh. That explains why flights were like twice the price. Half the price the week after. You got tickets at the hairpin? Hell yeah. Take photos. I will be watching from the safety of my computer right here. And then madly recording videos for YouTube for the entire week. One of my moderators went to Miami. And from what I can tell, he had a blast, so. If anybody's confused, we're talking about Formula One, cars that go fast. Let's see actually how we're doing on metals right now. Holy crap, we have a lot of gold. Good lord. Chat, what should I do with all of this gold? I genuinely don't know what to do with it all. Like, I've got 1,960. It's like Trackmania, but they don't do loops. They do go, like, just as fast, though. Make golden toilets. Dwarf Fortress, fortunately, doesn't feature toilets currently. Build gold floor. I could actually do that. Made it home? Yay! No one cleaned your house or got groceries while you were away, so you need to go do that now. That's the worst thing ever when you get home from a long trip and you're like, I'm exhausted. Oh, God, I have no food. Did I do what I think I did? Yes, I did. Shit. I pulled the wrong lever. I need to pull that lever again. Instead of pulling that lever, I need to pull this lever, but now I can't. Oops. I've overfilled my spicy water trap. I'm supposed to drain it, not overfill it. Whoops. Pedestal, naturally, yes. Gold Colossus. I mean, I could just make a bunch of dwarven statues. I wonder if I could, I guess I could like try and build a statue of a dwarf. Well, aside from the part where I sort of super duper overfilled this, a gold museum. I mean, it probably does belong in museum, the gold. Let's go up to where I was placing coffins. Did they swim in the fake marina? He didn't have tickets to go into the fake marina area. Because it's like those were the uber duper expensive tickets. He was right before the really, really, really long straightaway at Miami. So he didn't have inner track, he had outer track. From what I could tell, though, his spot was real good. Let's see if I can... He did post photos. Let me see if I can pop one up real quick. They're on my Discord, so they're fair game. I'm just scrolling up to Miami. Oh, I discovered something very important, which doesn't matter in the slightest. But as of... where was his spot? Yeah, this was his spot at Miami. Yeah, that was his view from Miami. I mean, he hates Miami, but he's from Fort Lauderdale, so he's close by. Close-ish. Yeah, that was his view from Miami, which is not bad. But if you scroll up in Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms, there's a link to the Google Drive with all of the photos if you want to see his photos. So I discovered something very important that has started recently. There is a brand new racing series, which I just need to shout out as very, very important to the future of our species as humans on Earth. So now there is a e-scooter racing championship, which I shit you not is spelled lowercase e SKOOTR racing championship, and these scooters go 150 kilometers an hour. So if you want to watch electric scooters go fast, it's all free to watch on YouTube. Been to Monterey before. The place is pretty cold. I've never been to that part of the continent. I've never really left the western half of Canada. Sounds like death. It's kind of amazing, actually. See, the thing about Lewis is Lewis Hamilton brings like his like actual scooter to races and uses it to get around and keeps on trying to convince like other drivers to do races on like normal push scooters, but no one ever takes him up on the offer. I mean, they crash quite a bit. But yeah, if you want to see people scoot fast, you can watch that. But yeah, no, I watched that full VOD. It was quite entertaining. I was doing other things at the time, but I'm gonna need those 100 rock coffins. There we go. Cages are getting built. Hello, IR Stupid. How are you? But yeah, no, I'm tentatively looking forward to Monaco. Tentatively. Like, I've skipped Monaco the last 2 years because of how goddamn boring Monaco usually is. Monaco usually ends up being everything I hate about Formula 1, minus the things that I like about Formula 1. So it's all of the blitz and glam and annoyance and no good racing. So hopefully we actually get a good race. Yeah, but Danny Rick is a back marker, so it's a back markers track. That's, you know, he's a popular personality that can't drive fast, apparently. Hello, Yonders. How are you? Is it Janders or you like Yonders? I actually don't know. But hi back. Like Handers? Okay. I could say that. Easy enough. So where is the flaming... fucking... Flaming Goblin Lasher? Currently... Can I just... That's just way too funny. This fucking cage just flickering with like a flaming G. Flaming G is my new SoundCloud rapper name, by the way. It fits because my name's Greg. It's just constantly. Alright, well, we've got those slabs made, so I can go up to our coffin layer. Place those. Flamin' G. Although if you say Flamin' G fast enough, it sounds like it's some sort of fancy dessert. Flamin' G. Let's hope that gets rid of the ghostly ass axe lord. You built a really big pump stack and you hooked it to the lava sea, but you found and connected it to the lava sea, stitching it across the map. Upon starting at the pumps and waves started to run, the lava in your sea and your FPS took a plunge. You built similar pump stacks in the past and connected it to flowing rivers and waters. So I'm assuming that the movement of the lava sea is the culprit. That's not true. Do you or anyone else have an idea of how you can fix that? Usually if lava is causing lag, it's probably temperature. It's not the actual moving of... Cheers, Thonum. It's not... What's the word I'm looking for here? It's very rarely like the actual liquid physics, because lava has very minimal liquid physics. Most likely, if I were to bet, it's probably temperature. Like hot touching cold or hotter touching hot. It's usually the cause. Also, we're being attacked by the scorpions. The Forgotten Beast, Sappy Revivipifi, has come. A huge eyeless scorpion. It has a pair of spindly antennae, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poisonous sting. How fitting. I think this thing has access to the fort. Means I should just be able to tell the military to go stab it to death, which is what I'm going to do. Go beat the crap out of this Scorpio. In. It's a pretty little scorpion. Also, shoutouts to the bunch of adamantine up here that I didn't realize was up here. Holy crap, this thing's just like a very talented climber. It's nice hot tea and the stream open on your second monitor and DF open on your main. Hell yeah. Sounds like a chill way to spend a day. Here comes the military. So Sappy versus Catan and Olin. Let's follow Catan, the Axe Lord. They both collide. It seems like the Forgotten Beast missed. The Hax Lord, the Hax Lord? The Hax Lord, the Haxer Man, the Axer Man. The Hax Lord hacks the Forgotten Beast in the third foot with his axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Axe Lord hacks the Forgotten Beast in the left third leg with his axe and fracturing the chitin. A ligament has been torn. The Axe Lord scratches the Forgotten Beast in the right second leg, chipping the chitin. Let's scroll down a little bit. The Axe Lord scratches the Forgotten Beast in the left first foot, chipping the chitin. Hammerdorf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the third foot. They're just like stamping its feet with a silver warhammer, and the Forgotten Beast misses. The Axe Lord hacks at the Forgotten Beast in the left pincher with his axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Rip pincher. The Hammerdorf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left second left foot with his silver warhammer, and I need to sneeze. All right. The Axe Lord hacks the Forgotten Beast in the left first. Wow, that's a really big link. With the left first thing, and the Hammerdorf scratches the Forgotten Beast in the right third leg, chipping the chitin. Look at all that ichor everywhere. The Hammerdorf punches the Forgotten Beast in the abdomen, and the injured part explodes. I think it's dead. Olin says, I have improved my hammer. That was very satisfying. Meanwhile, the Axe Lord Catan, have you said anything? Hacks at the Forgotten Beast in the left first foot with their axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Yeah, they don't seem to be saying much. And they killed it. That would be my guess. Usually if lava is causing a weird frame rate dips where it doesn't usually, it's almost always temperature. Temperature is one of those weird systems in Dwarf Fortress that just causes strange amounts of lag. Like, out of all of these systems in Dwarf Fortress that, like, I see people saying, oh, that needs a nerf so that it stops breaking my game, one of the most common ones is actually... I'm literally queuing up all of this gold to be dug out. One of the most common ones is usually temperature. Like, that's one of those mechanics that I've seen, like, some of the old guard player base, like, just get mad that it exists. Meanwhile, our liaison from Mountain Home says, let's discuss your situation. There's Forgotten Beasts, Burning Goblin out front. What do you want? Requests do you have of our merchants? I don't actually know what I need. So chat, what's the best sound command that we have for subscribers at tier 2 and $7 a month on Patreon? That's what we're ordering anyway.
Ooh, you suck.
Well, that one's pretty good too. That one's also pretty good. Mudstone Crafts, oddly specific. Ghost, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Could try to drain and get rid of the lava and see if it improves. Well, I mean, what you need to do is stop pumping the lava. Like, if you turn the lava pumps off, does that improve your frame rate? Is my question. But, like, in Long Death, as an example, when I... Ooh, this is sketchy. This is exposing all of this fire, because there's lava right there, which is actually super sketch. I'm gonna just start sealing these in as quickly as we're opening these. You know what? Let's just cancel all of this right here for this zone. Really, really, really don't want to be exposing all this lava. Lava pumps have been off for 3 game years. Oh. Because, like, in Long Death, it caused a lot of lag. When I built that massive lava tube that I have while I was filling it. But the second I was done filling it, it stopped being an issue. So, don't know if that helps at all, but... It's going to do this super safely. Just because there's a big clump in the middle there. I'm trying to, like, keep up with Diamond and Pink's chat right now, and I kind of can't. Is the lava sloshing around, though? Lava sloshing around doesn't have that much impact on frame rate, though. But yeah, DJ ZMX, on the sloshing around of lava won't cause frame rate problems. What will cause frame rate problems is lava changing the temperature of things. Okay, so I'm going to do this. Stop it. If you're gonna, I don't know what you two are talking about, but take it into DMs or something, because like you've completely nullified all conversation. So stop posting code examples in my chat, please. Especially when those links fill up the entire thing. Like, take it to Discord or something. We've got some new additions to the fortress. It's fine. If you're constantly going to be posting these type scripts, yeah, please take it elsewhere. Just don't do it. It's like, just please don't. You're just clogging up the entire chat. I've got no chat left. But yeah, when it comes to lava sloshing around by itself won't cause lag. What will cause lag is like smoke blocking the direction or lava changing the temperature of stuff around it. Like a few years ago, physics like that in Dwarf Fortress caused a lot of frame rate lag. But that has been optimized to a point now where like, unless you're running a Pentium 2, it's not going to cause problems. And I'm pretty sure that for the e-scooter racers, yes, the e-scooter racers. But for most people here and watching this stream or playing Dwarf Fortress in the current year, I don't think any of you are using a Pentium 2. So it's probably not the lava sloshing around that's the problem. If lava's causing lag, it's probably the temperature of the lava that's causing the problem. You have one framed? Wait, what do you have framed? Make a ramp up. Right here. I'll get them up top. But yeah, no. Talking about code and stuff is fine in the chat, but just posting massive string dumps like that is just, yeah. Doesn't help anybody. Also, I feel real bad for the people who work on TypeScript Playground, because that is a very unfortunate naming scheme. Very unfortunate naming scheme. I wonder which one came first, frankly. It's one of those do not Google with safe search off things. But currently we are mining out more gold to do something with it. No idea what we're actually going to do with the gold. But I'm mining out all this gold, and I'm also going for this adamantine around it. You're just going to be lurking? Enjoy your lurks, dude. You're suffering through you're suffering through MMO farming. How you feeling, by the way? You doing okay? You hanging in there? You said suffering, so I'm assuming not doing that well. Bit better? That's good. Like I said, we're just working on bits and pieces here. We have tons of engravers, but we're all doing engraving demonstrations, but none of them are actually doing engraving, which is kind of amazing. So I have this engravers guild, right? So I have all these very talented engravers that are just like hanging out like near this engraving thing, taking engraving demonstrations and all that. but then none of them are... What's the word I'm looking for here? None of them are like actually engravers, so none of them actually have the job assigned. So even though I have so many engravers on this list, none of them actually have the job assigned. Well, some of them do, clearly, but not all of them. That's quite funny, because they're assigning these graving jobs, and they're like, we can't go do them. Well, also because in this case, they can't get to where I'm telling them to engrave, but I just think it's kind of funny. The dwarves' favorite things for their bedrooms? That's so finicky, though. The thing is, like, I never really bother making, like, independent things for dwarves. Like, I could just make every dwarf a statue, but it's not going to be, like, a specific statue. It'd be, like, the icon of the faction. I'm not going to go through and, like, make a specific statue for each dwarf. Like, I could make gold statue and make 200 of them. And I'll put one in every bedroom. Am I going to specify them to each dwarf? No. Dwarf can pick the bedroom with the statue that they like. Maybe they like cats. Well, if there happens to be a statue of a cat, they can take that statue. That's about how I operate. I'm a little bit too lazy to make everything unique for each dwarf. God damn, these trees are dense. It's time consuming to design images and there's no like immediate visual feedback on it yet. It's just like I never bothered to like synchronize my military uniforms. Once premium's out, I probably will, because there will be a visual representation of it. Oh, also, DeBerries, I figured out the game loop of World Seed while I was trying to sleep last night. I was just sitting like in bed kind of crankily, like trying to sleep and not being very successful while my brain was wandering. And I just had like this eureka moment where I actually figured out what you're supposed to do in that video game. And I don't know if that means I'm smart because I figured it out, or if I'm an idiot for taking so long to figure it out. But literally, like, that game's loop, you level a character, you get gear, and you move further out. And once you get past Ring 4, you start finding dungeons. And then you queue up with other players to fight the dungeons. And it's a math and numbers game to get further out. And the further out you get, the more dangerous stuff gets, to the point where, like, enemies can one-shot you if you get the wrong dice roll. So the whole point is to get as far out to the farthest ring as possible, leveling your characters up without losing them. And then when you lose them, you lose all of the gear that was on that character, plus everything in that character's inventory. And you only keep what's back at your bank, and then you start with a new character. And because there's no XP it's all gear scores, it's all just tied to, like, how deep you've been able to go to get the stuff. That's the game loop of that game. It took me, like, way too long to figure it out. Probably because I was just really tired last night, but wrapped my brain around it last night while in bed staring at the ceiling, so my brain was clearly working through it. Sounds like Realm of the Mad God, but when Realm of the Mad God was actually good. But also, like, not real time. So that's, like, 1,000 times more interesting to me as a person. So if you're wondering why I'm fortifying these before I dig through them, is because it shows me what's behind it. So if there does happen to be a portal to the underworld, then we're good. Oh, also, like, there's no microtransactions either, because it's like, well, I mean, it's just buy the game or rename your account name, your account character. Rename your account or buy the game. Those are the two microtransactions in the game. It has a microtransaction store, and there's two things in it. It's like, buy the game is the microtransaction, which is a fair microtransaction. Yeah, I played Realm of the Mad God for about 20 seconds, and it made me motion sick. That was my experience with Realm of the Mad God. Played it for about 20 seconds, and it made me feel sick. and I uninstalled it. Named a steel shield. You know what? Let's also make gold coffins. Or I guess it would be sarcophagus. Going to enjoy a sandwich and join in chat? Hell yeah. I hope that your sandwich is satisfactory today. I need to jump over to the people that are smelting native gold. And I need to add to this. There's raw adamantine. Oh man, the naked mole dog has given birth to naked mole puppies. Would you look at that? It's a lot of arrows on this map. All right, so my burning goblins are over there, or the burning goblin and friends are over there. Let's connect you to this. And there we go. We're hooking that up to all of those spots. Could take or leave the bullet hell part. Yeah, I don't like bullet hell games. Well, I don't see well enough to play them. So, reason I don't like bullet hell games should be obvious. In regards to World Seed, you get multiple characters, but I wouldn't quite say it's like, I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like, explaining that game is strange. But it would be cool if we could make that into a bit of a community game. I think that would be really neat. If anybody's curious about the game that I'm referring to, I'm talking about a game called World Seed, which I streamed a little bit of last night. Which can be found right there. And it is a neat game. It's just a bit odd to wrap your brain around initially because it's a little strange. So the way that the MMO side of it works is when you get to a dungeon, you can invite a friend to duel with you in PvP, and when you find a dungeon, you can summon a crew, like you can request other players join you in the dungeon. I haven't actually messed with any of that stuff yet, so I don't really know how it works, if I'm being honest. Let's also mine through all of this over here. So if I said I knew how it worked, I'd be kind of lying. Okay, so if this spot up here doesn't have anything behind it, then we should be good. The tutorial is kind of shitty in it, but it does eventually sort of explain how to actually play the game. It takes a while, but it does eventually get you there. Okay, yeah, we're good. Can automate this layer. Start extracting metal strands. For those of you who keep bothering me to make stuff out of adamantine, we're doing it. You happy yet? We are doing it. We are indeed mining out adamantine. And in this format, it seems to be a whole spire of it. Don't know how deep down we'll be able to go, because this looks pretty sus when it gets down around here, but up here seems pretty safe. Means I should be able to just mine through this. Now the question is, what do we make out of adamantine? I guess I could make axes for my axe dwarves. I don't know how good adamantine axes are. I'm assuming pretty damn good, probably. So we could make adamantine axes for my axe dwarves. We could also make swords. We could make spears. We could just make armor. We could make tables and make very, 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 very valuable furniture. We could make... Apparently I have wounded that we're recovering. Interesting. All right, so we are going to go back to designating all. We're going to build some upstairs. And then some downstairs so that I don't accidentally dig into the wall. We're going to automate. Are you going to pause every time? Let's see. Yes, you are going to do that. I mean, though, that would be... So I would rather make tables out of adamantine than warhammers out of adamantine. Just so that my allegiances are made clear. I would rather let my medical dwarves use adamantine as for stitches than makes hammers. Hammers are truly a waste. Because adamantine requires the most materials to make into a object out of any material. So if we're going to use adamantine for something, it's not going to be hammers. I mean, this world already has an artifact adamantine hammer, so we're not going to top that, frankly. And that's just kind of a fact. Armor and axes, that's what it's looking like, yep. That is indeed what it is looking like. I mean, I would be more I'd be more interested in making like a statue out of adamantine out front, or like making my drawbridges out of adamantine than making hammers. But yes, I am firmly in the anti-hammer, hammer hate club. I'm sorry, but something I've got to admit now. I mean, yeah. If drawbridges weren't as ridiculous as they are in Dwarf Fortress, yes, they would make sense. But they're just kind of ridiculous in Dwarf Fortress, so thus they kind of don't make sense. Yes, this is true. Did I refer to them as tinfoil? I mean, it's like getting hit with an inflatable bat. And if the person you're smacking with an inflatable bat is like, you know, wearing armor, it's certainly not going to do any damage to them. Certainly not. Put some crafts dwarf shops here. And then those are just going to be set to extract strands forever. Why are you hungry, Dwarf? Good food. You silly. You, crafts, strand extraction. You, crafts, strand extraction. You, crafts, also strand extraction. An aluminum hammer would hurt, though. I mean, as somebody who's been hit by an aluminum baseball bat, this shit hurts. But like a baseball bat made of balsa wood? Nah. Not really a concern, I'd say. People who would refer to aluminum as not being painful to be hit by have clearly never been hit by aluminum. Because I can assure you, they hurt. In fact, I'm pretty sure that an aluminum baseball bat would make pretty good home defense. Just have like an aluminum baseball bat next to your front door whenever someone strange knocks. Whack them, and then get sued by Amazon for beating up the delivery driver. Speaking of Amazon, I actually got my first ever same-day delivery yesterday. The entirety of the time that I've had Amazon Prime, which has been like, I don't know, since 2015 or something, I got my first ever same-day delivery yesterday. Meanwhile, people in like Seattle that I know go on about how, oh, you know, I won't order things on Amazon unless it's at least at minimum a 6-hour delivery. It's like, what? See, we have a confirmation from the wild. This person here confirming that they have an aluminum baseball bat by their door. And a claw hammer? Well, I can't speak to the claw hammer. I don't actually know what a claw hammer is. But it sounds painful, so I won't knock on your door. Let's see how many wafers we have. I'm just extracting all of the metal strands. Also, apparently I do have aluminum. The adamantine wafers show up there in blocks. Okay, I guess we just don't have any yet. What's up, Greg? Oh, so like it's an... Okay, I got you. Standard hammer with claws in the back. Okay. I understand. I was thinking it was like something like fancy, but I don't have anything next to my door. But there was one time this person wandered onto my porch and I had to like yell at him. Are we hailing a Hydra? Considering this Hydra that can't decide whether it wants to sit or stand, hailed. It's constantly like lying down and standing up. It's also chained up, so I don't blame it. But yes, we do indeed have a capital H Hydra. It's a dragon-like monster with 7 biting heads. Did you know that they're Grandmaster Observers? Because I didn't until I looked at this Hydra's skills. Matrag, the Stones of Power, in fact, in the flesh. You know, when I end up in forts like this and I'm actually mining adamantine, I get really sad that I don't have, like, those legendary, like, strand extractors that show up randomly, because strand extracting is such a weird skill that takes so long for them to actually get the strands out. Make ADA wafers after that. You have a 2x4 with a nail in it? Damn. Constantly watching with so many eyes, like fish, you're leveled up to legendary swimmers and gained ridiculous strength buffs in the process? I guess so. Well, I mean, I feel like all fish should be legendary swimmers from birth. Maybe I'm just assuming that fish can swim better than they actually can, but I feel like if a fish isn't a legendary swimmer, that would be like not a very good fish. Well, see, no, they didn't level up to legendary swimmers. The problem was back then swimming gave strength training. That was the actual issue. So it wasn't that they were legendary swimmers. All fish should be legendary swimmers, but the old-fashioned carp, the reason they got so strong was because they were just regular-ass carp, but their strength stat leveled up. Seahorses are awful swimmers, actually. The problem was their strength stat leveled up because swimming gave strength training. So they removed the ability for swimming to give strength training, and now instead of them leveling up to like unbelievably strong essentially and then being able to one-shot dwarves by like booping them with their nose, now they just swim like fish should. Which is like a little anticlimactic, I guess, but so where does this go above? Oh, damn, it doesn't actually go through here. Okay, so this is the top of this one. This one might actually have demons inside of it. Are you getting ads on my stream? Are people getting mid-rolls on my stream? What the fuck? That's not okay. I'm so sorry. Although one thing I will say for those of you who like watching Twitch who don't have Twitch Turbo and aren't able to subscribe, I would actually recommend setting up VLC to watch Twitch because you won't get ads. And you're only going to be seeing more ads on Twitch. Twitch is getting more and more and more enthusiastic about ads by the week, feels like. And now they're like offering pretty big payment incentives for streamers to run lots of ads. By lots of ads, I mean like 6 minutes an hour, which is like 12 ads an hour. An Epic Games ad? I wonder what the free game is. They're giving away a bunch of stuff. I'm actually going to go look. So I would recommend either subscribing to streams that you really like watching or alternatively set live streamer up via VLC player and some chat extension to be able to watch. What is currently free? Oh, it's just Borderlands still? Boo. Don't care. Rotates on Thursdays? It's almost Thursday. But yeah, it's pretty easy to watch live streams through VLC, so I would recommend doing that if you're savvy. Otherwise, like, there's literally nothing I can do, unfortunately, aside from just saying, well, subscribe. If I could turn off ads on my stream entirely, I would. For YouTube, it's just like, if you're annoyed by an ad block, it's not really hurting anybody. But with Twitch, I don't really have anything to say. If I had the option, I would be ad-free. Although I will shout at you to like look at my Patreon and then listen to my podcast, which is technically me just posting ads for myself, but I'm less bothered by that. Like, as I said, you should go listen to my podcast. New episodes on Sundays. It's me and my team. So I can almost like build in this Cavern Layer. I'm kind of tempted to like try and drain it more. I kind of could. Because there's water up here. So I could just drain some water down and in here. Flood a bit. Dig down. Flood some more. Dig down. Flood some more. Dig down. Etc. We could actually probably maybe sort of drain some lava. Which is a weird thought. Well, here comes even more. Let's see how many wafers we're up to, if we have any. We've got 3 adamantine wafers. I think it takes 7 to make a sword. It's like 7 to make a weapon or a piece of furniture, so we gotta wait for a little bit. But we are now making the stuff to make adamantine, which is a good start. If I do say so myself. We're also gonna check up here. We've already got all that done. Oh wait, do you want me to make an adamantine statue of Ago? Like I could do that. Could queue that up even. Could be fun. I mean, he is like a were fireball, frankly. I mean, he's still burning. Let's find out. Yep. I don't know how to make aluminum in Dwarf. I've never tried to figure it out. Was that a masterpiece? Probably. Masterpiece cave spider silk cloth. And that dwarf transformed into a dwarf because they were a wearable previously. But yeah, masterpiece cloth. Silk cloth. Immortal named immortality. Well, we don't know if they're definitely not immortal, but they're certainly immune to fire. Ago seems to be a pretty common name for a goblin. We digging down. We're going for adamantine. Biologically immortal? Okay, true. they don't die of natural causes. Enough lurking from you while being awake, hopping to bed and keeping the lurk rolling. You have a good night, Animal. Thanks again for the bits yesterday. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your contribution to the bullshittery of the emotes. Everybody say goodnight to Animal if you feel like being polite, or feel free to not. Doesn't really matter. But Animal drew Crypt Burr, which is one of our recent audience favorite follower emotes. Of which we have 5 now. And I actually have a few more, so we're going to actually have to get that rotation going pretty soon. I need to figure out how to get them going. I'm thinking, like, maybe, and, like, patrons can yell at me about this, what they think of this. What if, like, I swap out one per month, and you guys vote on the one that we remove, and vote on the one that we add in? What do you guys think of that? We fucked up. You have discovered an eerie cavern. The air above the dark stone floor is alive, with vertices of purple and light and dark, and boiling clouds, and seemingly bottomless glowing pits mark the surface. I wasn't paying attention to where they were digging because I was looking at chat. Yo, hold up. We're gonna leave this paused for a second. I did say that this one looked sus. Where did we dig through? Right there? All right, Dwarf, you have like 10 seconds. Fucking seal it. Horrifying screams come from the darkness below. All right, let's see. How many are there? 145. And where are they? Right below us. So either this fort's about to end, or the other thing I'm going to do is try and seal this off. Not with Gabbro. I'm going to set up like 4 different seals. But I do have a... You know, this is probably the best one. Let's just turn on this burrow. Actually, okay. Let's cancel all the digging. Just see what happens for the next few seconds. Okay, they're here. So what we have to do, we have to go the route that I was going to do. So I'm going to seal all the dwarves inside. We're going to jump up to here. Actually, I mean, So I have 3 options, chat. Can try and, okay. What are they made out of? Shadow, ash, steam, boiling, slugs, fire spirit, demon of ash, amethyst brute, brute of steam, brute of shadow, mockingbird brute, steam haunt, winged monster. That doesn't seem that bad. Goblin's still on fire. Butterfly demons, giraffe brutes. There's always going to be hundreds of them, right? Like, that's just kind of a fact. They're about to come flying out here. Like, here they come. So, like, they're already locked in. So something that I could do, I could just, you know, actually, let's fucking do it this way. So I'm sorry, Mist Runner. Or rather, let's unforbid this and see how many more dwarves we can save. Let's just see what they do back here. Okay, what are you fighting with? It has an enormous shell and it appears to be emaciated. A towering blob composed of... Why don't we just fight these? They don't seem that strong. Chat, should we fucking fight these? Composed of ash for the phantom. The slug demons. A scaly slug, thin wings of stretched skin. Beware its deadly blood. Like, none of these actually sound that strong. I'm just gonna try fighting it. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna send all of my squads right here. Let's see what happens. And I will try and lock behind them. Dwarves are running. Insert Doom music here. Or rather, let's tell my dwarves to stand here. I wasn't planning on digging too deep today, but seems like we are. And it was like a genuine accident too. Dwarves are running, demons are coming. All right, well, let's see how my dwarves do. My dwarves are all decked out in steel with various materials. Unfortunately, I can't zoom in more, and this area is a bit of a mess, but I'm going to try and play out this fight as slowly as possible. So the first two fighters coming in, they're coming up towards Einod, who's wielding steel and has a copper shield. Spirit of Ash, an ankylosauride composed of ash. It has wings, and it squirms and fidgets. Like, those aren't scary at all, right? And look, one's already dead. Literally, like, this dwarf's first kill is a Phantom of Shadow. So, you've now dodged up in between two of them. Did you just fall asleep? Yeah, looks like you fell asleep. Something put you to sleep. All right, so there goes one dwarf. Well, we've killed one, at the very least. This brute of steam, which squirms and fidgets, is fighting with my axe dwarf, who is immediately dead. Okay, you just killed one. Cybrek just killed one, I think. Yep, brute of steam. Ash things? No, Ash is super weak. There's a fight happening right here between these two slug fiends. These ones are actually a little bit scary because they're slugs.
Bring out your dead!
We're already down to 72, but I don't think most of them were killed by me. Like, look at just stuff like this. The Hammerlord bashes the slug fiend in the body, with their named hammer, bruising the skull and bruising the brain. That's like this Hammerlord just killed it. Who is it? Yeah, literally killed one. Orange, probably. Yeah, look at this. I'm just looking for the date. Nope, never mind. It wasn't Orange who got it, but let's follow Orange. But because there's so many bottlenecks, we are actually, like, winning? Currently, it looks like? We've got Cybrek the Hammerlord down here, who just killed a Grey Phantom. Spirit of Ash. Like, those Spirits of Ash, these guys, these Grey Phantoms, seem really weak. I'm actually going to move my squads up to here. Two of them. Looks like this dwarf down here is in a martial trance, which is very good. So far, we've lost two minor... So we've only lost 2 military dwarves so far. I don't even know how many demons they've killed, but more than 5. We accidentally dug too deep. TLDR, there is demons of ash, slug demons, and slug fiends all over the basement layer. Like, it was a legitimate accidentally dug too deep. Like, this wasn't I accidentally dug too deep. We dug too deep. And currently, we're winning. All right, Cybrek the wrestler was found dead. I mean, it was just a wrestler. This amethyst brute, these things are scary. A gigantic scaly snake fly. It has large mandibles and it appears to be emaciated. Its amethyst scales are blocky and close set. Beware its deadly dust. This one is scary. Also, what the heck is a snake fly? I'm just gonna Google snake fly and see what pops up. Snake fly. Whoa. That is a weird looking bug. Bugs incoming. If you're scared of bugs, close your eyes until I say you're good. Snake fly. It's a noodle fly. They also bite, by the way. Anyway, you're good. We're done with thee. Can you undig too deep? I have to fight off this wave of demons, and if we win against this wave of demons, then theoretically, if we can fight off this wave of demons, we can then seal it back off, essentially. Or build a tavern down in hell, which I would like to do. That would be fun. But currently, it looks like we're winning. I mean, so to be clear, what this army is, most of this army has traveled with us from fortress to fortress to fortress. So a large number of these dwarves have been fighting against angels already, which are literally demons. Like, I'm just looking to see if one has. See this one, defense led. So this dwarf, Cybrek, has killed 2 dutiful hands. I don't know what those are, but I do know that they're angels, which are literally the exact same thing as demons. And we've been killing those already. Off map, but still. This is the fight between the Amethyst Brute, which is a snake fly, and this dwarf. Up here, this Phantom of Shadow is fighting with Ral the Hammerlord. Troopin' Panda is in here too, who is currently fighting. I'm going to move a few turns forward. Let's see if things die and or disappear. That Amethyst Brute needs to go. Let's just let the game run for a few seconds and see if any more dead pops up. So our last dead was a wrestler who died in the middle of all of this next to that brute. Where is that Amethyst Brute? Orange, the Hammerlord, says, I cannot just stand by. This might require an answer. After kicking a slug demon in the body with his left foot, bruising the muscle, and bruising the brain. Kicked a slug demon to death, and won. What weapon are you using, Troopin? Let's find out. I hope that this is half as exciting for you guys as it is for me. So you're using a named weapon named Fushering Ukernir, which is a silver warhammer. You have set a 7, you have used it, and your full title, by the way, is the full title of the weapon is Cleansed Rug, the Wave of Land, a silver warhammer. And your full title, of course, is Yushirir Troopin Soothed Floor, the Hail of Wayne Lanterns. I really hope you survive this. You have a good name. Also, how many of these things have you killed so far? I mean, you've killed 1, 2, like 3 Forgotten Beasts. So far, you've killed... I'm just looking for recent dates. You haven't killed any demons yet. Not yet. Oh, no, you killed a Slug Fiend down at the bottom. Bottom. Not even a notable kill. You don't even have a notable kill yet. What does Martial Trance do? They don't get tired. So dwarves develop tiredness while they're fighting. But if they're in a martial trance, it's like getting a rush of adrenaline. And so far, our death count is Dakost, the wrestler, Tosid, Einod, Dorfus, aka Tekid. Our poor soul. He was a good man. And Olbach, the miner, and Reg, the miner. So the 2 miners that got caught out at the front. Also, shoutouts to this furnace operator who's hauling gold through this fight. Priorities, eh? Currently, there is 55 demons. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 left. Let's just let a few more play out. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Amethyst Brute in the right second foot with the silver thing. Burrs. Okay, so like they are beating through even like the gem critters. So I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to move my soldiers up. So the dwarves are going to start moving forward. We lost another hammer dwarf. But I saw another demon die. It's even lower. Looks like we've got all of the amethyst fiends dead. Yeah, we lost Olan the hammer dwarf in the middle of this mess. I'm really worried about this deadly dust. Are more waiting down there? Potentially, but not necessarily. Those demons of ash just fall over immediately. Let's just station them all up there. I'm looking for things that are alive, and I'm not seeing any. Okay, there's like a slug demon in the middle of stuff. And English withdraws from society. Bad timing there, dwarf. Looks like it's just one steam demon. So there's some phantoms of shadow still down in there, but they have retreated from looks of things. We've pushed the fucking underworld back, chat room. We won. That's the current status. We won. Moving the military forward. Looks like my goblin survived too. Did you get me? No, I don't think he did. And this dwarf has begun claiming a workshop. So there still is some down there, obviously. But currently we've won. A bunch of them just like retreated immediately. So they will come in waves. More will come. But if we can get that sealed off. Is the Hydra still alive? The Hydra's on the surface, yes. Most of the demons that just invaded us aren't still alive, though. Look at all these dead demons. This is going to be a battle for Dwarven history. I mean. So I have an important question, chat room. Can we butcher a slug fiend? Raz, thank you very much for gifting 20 subs, dude. Cheers. You are fucking fantastic. Are we locking that up? Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Am I able to butcher the demons? That's what I want to know. Can we et the demons? Can I et the demons? All right, did these get canceled? No, they did not. Hell yeah, Bill. I didn't even see who got them, but a bunch of people did. I like that the were barista got one. Our barista twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for caffeine and tea, and its eyes glow amethyst. Also, shoutouts to this cat who belongs to one of these dwarves who's hanging out down here with us. Thanks for the $1. Is there anybody butchering corpses? Gotta go down to the... It's going to make a butcher shop, like, right here. Alright, so I'm just waiting for these dwarves to get up here. They're sealing it off. Actually, even better. Let's cancel this. Let's go one further. Let's seal it off in the demon's house. Down here. Done. We won. We've sealed it. Are you dead? You are not dead. Or you shouldn't be. No, you are not, because you weren't in the military. You are down here now, inspecting the carnage. Let's see. Oh, I see the problem here, why the frame rate's so bad. Because this is not currently pet passable. I'm so happy we fought that. So happy that we fought that. You saw one farmer? Yeah, no, don't worry about it. You're all good. You are definitely alive. If one other person cheers 100 bits or gifts a sub or resubs, that'll be a hype train. Did you get any kills? We can check, Mist Runner. We can check. Actually, did Razlime get any kills? Nope. Raz was in there, but survived. Troopin did. We know that Troopin did. Eleanor, did you get any kills? Nope. Eleanor did not kill any goblin, or not goblins, monsters. Demons. Did Akre get any? I mean, someone just needs to cheer 100 bits anonymously or resub. Otherwise, it won't be a hype train. In order for it to be a hype train, multiple people need to take part. So it doesn't really matter if, like, multiple people don't take part. Akre didn't get... Well, and that's a human bitter ghoul. There you go. That'll do it. But thank you very much for the hype train. And thanks for the 20 gift subs. Crazy person. Mace Lord. I'm not certain that you're... Thanks, Freeways. I'm not certain that you're in the military, Mr. Gunner. Yeah, you're not in the military. You're an engraver, so you're currently up here in a temple. Yeah. So no, you didn't. You're often on the go and rarely listening to the news and commentary. Oh, no problem. Glad I can help. I mean, we just accidentally dug too deep and then won a fight against Hells, so... I'm more just amazed by that than anything. All right, let's see if we can butcher demons. Gotta have dwarves with butchering. Let's give this dwarf... No, that's of course an insane dwarf, apparently. Do I not have butchery available on anybody? I gotta. Maybe there's just no... Maybe we can't butcher demons. All kills are listed as piglets. Has killed 747 puppies, 13 piglets, and 21 cats. Well, I think that we need to make... Oh, no. Bad news. I did lose my manager. I guess that makes sense, because Tech had died. Phantom, how do you feel about having a promotion? You're a manager now. We're giving you paperwork to do. Just looking for you again so I can give you the other jobs that go alongside of it. Let's see what Angelrazor's government is truly hiding. I like the idea of a crazy conspiracy theorist being the Dwarven manager. It is a level 3 hype train. If you want to level it up to level 4, it needs like another 4 or 5 gift subs or like 1,000 bits or so. You love my following emotes? I think they turned out real well. Considering what I'm thinking about doing with the follower emotes is letting patrons vote on one to remove each month and one to add. So I'm thinking that'll be a fun thing. Just for patrons at all tiers. There you are. For the captain of the guard, that's for the mayor and manager. I'm gonna give you a room in the library. There you go. Thanks for the $1. Frog. But yeah, overall, that went way better than I was expecting. Yeah, I took a look at what they were all made of, and I was just like, I think we can win. Turns out, I was right. Raz had enough of this. Like, people just, like, inching it towards the finish line. It's like, here you go, level up. Thanks a lot, Raz, you crazy son of a... Cheers, dude. Appreciate you, man. Also, shoutouts to El Naso, who got caught in that one, who was the person who drew Crypt. Hi. But there you go. Now it's up to level 5. You're not showing your bald spot anymore? No. No, you have a hat now. And ad-free viewing. The real impressive thing to me is that some people who are here right now have dodged that. Like, a bunch of people in chat still haven't been gifted a sub yet. So what are you doing currently with that? Are you throwing it away? Guess what you're doing. Guess what you're doing. You are butchering the corpse of a... I'm not even sure what that is. A slug demon? I think that's a slug demon. We get to feast on demons. I wonder what we're going to get out of them. You're walking real slowly, so it must be heavy. Going down or up? You're going up. Or down, actually. Slug demon? This is a goblin dress. It's gonna be a dress. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm gonna make a few more butcher shops right quick. One there. One there. You know, I wasn't expecting Angelrazor to go full-on Hellraiser, but we raised hell, stared down the barrel of the gun, and we're winning. Eat the slug, acquire evil powers? I don't know about evil powers, but I do want to know how much meat they give. We have 509 meat right now, so after I'm very curious to see what demon parts we get out of them. Very curious to see this bit. Petition has been... Oh, our engraver guild needs to be upgraded. Okay. Let's see. How much are we at right now? I mean, I'm just listening to chill guitar sounds because that's what I want to listen to. But if you want to just like put on degenty guitars, that's totally up to you. I try and keep like the background sounds on my stream pretty low so you can just listen to your own music if you want. If that's not already a thing, what, just guaranteed food poisoning? Dwarves cursed with vomit every 20 seconds for the rest of your lives. Bah! But I thought the smooth jazz was like poisoning the kids and making your brain not worky as much. All right, so one, it has about 300 meat. We got 44. We can make demon soap. Sorry. We got demon slug demon heart. For the love of the slug demon. If anybody wants to level up that hype train one more time, it's probably about 4 gift subs as Raz does it. Almost. A tier 2 sub. Thank you very much, Raz. One more of those will do it if you really want, unless you don't need to. It's optional. But Raz, thank you very much for gifting a tier 2 sub to Thanom. Thanom, welcome to hell for the next month. This is a stack of 75 slug demon intestines. I think it just leveled up. Holy shit, it did. We also have a slug demon brain. Makes you smarter. Skin. And just meat. 231 meat. That's a lot of meat. And Raz gifting a second one. Thanks for gifting a second tier 2 sub, Raz. Smooth jazz poisoning? Smooth jazz poison should be like a contemporary like jazz group. Oh no, did it end? Wow, okay. You guys waited to the last second. You don't wait till the last second. But thank you very much for the hype train. And thank you very much for giving everybody the gift of ad-free viewing. Cheers, lads. Considering we just literally defeated Satan. I don't know how it's a fight. I mean, Raz won. By a lot. That much is a fact. What the heck is that emote? That's a demon if I ever saw one. That is a terribly scary emote. Is that a goose? What is it? I think it's a goose. That's chat. That's no goose. That's a slug demon. Can't you see it? It has a beak. Beware its volatile screams. And its ferocious peck. Wait. Don't take that the wrong way. And now we're eating Satan. That's the best part. Not only did we defeat Satan, we now get to eat Satan. We're building coffins, putting stuff away, trying to bury bodies. I'm going to make an Ada statue. And it's going to be 1. And it's going to be specify a new image. I'm going to put Troopin, who was part of that fight. Soothes floor, the hail wane of lanterns. I'm going to put in orange. Trying to think who else is in my military. Who got kills. It's vegetarian meat, right? I mean, someone should start a brand of like vegetarian meat or like lab-grown meat and just call it Satan. What are you eating? Satan's flesh? What? Pink was in the fight. And creature, let's say slug demon. 0. Action or relationship. Oh, there's no slaying? An image of Yushira, Troop and Pander, the Hail of Wayne of Slanterns, the Dwarf, Orange, Oil Respect, the Stern Dale, the Dwarf, and Pink Fluffy Llama, the Platant, the Tin Rock Dwarf, and a Slug Demons. The Slug Demons are fighting with Troopin. The Slug Demons are fighting with Orange, and the Slug Demons are being mutilated. The Clash of Crafts, that'll do. You know, I've never actually won a fight against Hell before in Dwarf Fortress. Translates to Devil's Dung? Pardon? What is that exactly? Or do I want to know what that is exactly? Okay, we've got other people butchering animals. Curious what you're going to go butcher. But first, I'm also going to make a bunch of these available. I also really don't want those that demon meat to go rotten, you know? The only problem is they're all slugs. And giant, like, evil slugs don't really have skulls, so I can't, like, put the skulls on a spike or anything cool like that, you know? You need some noms. Thank you very much for gifting an absurd amount of subs, Raz. 32. 2 of those tier 2. That's absurd, dude. Thank you. I have this feeling we're going to we're going to see many art pieces about that fight. You can make skull pikes. Not really, but you can make totems. And totems are basically like a piece of wood with a skull on the end of it. So with Forgotten Beasts, usually, if you butcher them, you get a skull, and you take the skull, and then you can turn it into a totem. Also, where are you? This dwarf is making a artifact, and they're using, it's at a craft store shop, and they're using rough red zircons, copper bars, fungi wood logs, rough red zircons, steel bars, fungi wood logs, spore tree logs, and diorite. It's gonna be made of diorite, whatever it is. Placing items in tombs. Hey, Colonel. We just won a fight against demons. So I accidentally dug too deep. Genuine mistake. And then we won. You know, there was a time earlier in this fort, Fonum, where we had a were creature end up in one of my hospitals because of my own incompetence, I guess. And the dwarf that was in charge, or rather, there was a dwarf who was a necromancer who was just hanging out in the tavern, who was close by. And the second this were creature started ripping things into pieces, the necromancer started rezzing everything into zombies. So I've got a bunch of dwarves with a bunch of random dwarf kills for no logical reason, and it's like, oh, it's because they all became zombies. Oh shit, we butchered an amethyst brute? That bug. We got amethyst brute eye, amethyst brute heart, amethyst brute intestines, amethyst brute brain, amethyst brute chitin, and a whole lot of meats. How deep was too deep? Is that a rhetorical question? Like, you actually want an answer to that? 'Cause I can show you exactly where we dug too deep. I love how it's just like we're butchering all of these beasts, and then it's just like honey badger. One of these things is not like the others. No, the amethyst brutes are giant bugs. I'm curious to see if they can butcher the steam demons. I don't think so. Or the Gabe Newells. Yeah. The ash demons and the phantom demons. Whoa. So hold on a second. I just need to highlight the fact that there's a bunch of bits and pieces of demons in my lava area because when they explode, their bits and pieces go everywhere and sometimes clip through walls. So there's a bunch of bits and pieces of demons in my lava reservoir. Anyway, where did we dig too deep? So I was digging around in here, mining out adamantine, and I was digging into the wall to try and find them adamantine. So this was all stone, and I was reading chat and not looking, and they dug through this corner, and it was right here. But it's sealed off now. So it does go all the way down through here and into here. But because of how easily we won that fight, I'd be willing to bet. Because there was some demons that didn't come up that we did see. So there are things down there. There was Flame Beast, something of flame. Oh, Demon of Embers, these things. These ones didn't come up. Also, a blob composed, like, look at this. This is like a dwarf with a pickaxe and no fighting skill could kill this. This is a enormous blob composed of ash. It has a knobby shell and it squirms and fidgets. That's it. These are really weak demons. Like, we literally got like we ended up fighting against the fucking Beavis and Butthead of demons. So my current plan for this fort is we're gonna build a fucking tavern in hell. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build a fucking tavern in hell. Because why not? But I'm gonna do that in a couple of minutes because I'm hungry. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 40